Section 20 of The Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Syrups and oils. To make syrup of roses. Take a gallon of soft water, put it into an earthen pan, and throw in as many rose leaves as will soak it up. Cover them close, set them on a slow fire, and when they begin to simmer, take them off and let them stand till next day. Strain them, set the liquor on the fire, and when it boils, put in as many rosebuds as will soak it up. Let it stand till next day, and strain it off again. Repeat this day after day till there is not above a pint and a half of water left. Put this into a long pipkin proper to make your syrup in. Set it on the fire. When it boils, put in 1.5 pounds of sugar. Scum it, let it boil, and when it is cold, bottle and keep for use. Another way to make syrup of roses. Infuse 3 pounds of damask rose leaves in a gallon of warm water in a well glazed earthen pot with a narrow mouth for 8 hours, which stop so close that none of the virtue may exhale. When they have infused so long, heat the water again, squeeze them out, and put in 3 pounds more of rose leaves to infuse for 8 hours. Press them out very hard. Then to every quart of this infusion, add 4 pounds of fine sugar and boil it to a syrup. When it is cold, bottle it and cork them tight. To make syrup of coltsfoot. Take of coltsfoot 6 ounces, maidenhair 2 ounces, hyssop 1 ounce, licorice root 1 ounce. Boil them in 2 quarts of spring water till 1/4 is consumed. Then strain it and put to the liquor 2 pounds of fine powder sugar. Clarify it with the whites of eggs and boil it till it is nearly as thick as honey. To make balsamic syrup of tolu. Take 6 drachms of the balsam of tolu and boil it in 20 ounces of spring water till it is half consumed, taking care not to scum it. Then add 20 ounces of the best refined sugar. Make it to a syrup without further boiling, and when it is cold, strain it off. Another way to make balsamic syrup of tolu. Boil 1/2 ounce of pearl barley in 3 several waters, strain off the last water, and when it is settled, take 3 ounces of it and 2 ounces of tolu. Let it simmer till almost a pint is wasted, and put in 2.5 pounds of sugar, boiling it gently to a syrup of what thickness you please, and when almost cold, strain it. To make syrup of mulberries. Take the clear juice of mulberries. To each quart of juice put 1 pound of white sugar and make it into a syrup over a slow fire. To make syrup of poppies. Take 2 pounds of corn poppy flowers and 4 pounds of warm spring water. Let them stand to infuse 24 hours, then strain them and add fresh flowers to the water, letting the water be warm when you put them in. Let them stand close covered till next day. Strain it off, and with an equal quantity of sugar, boil it to a syrup. To make syrup of violets. Take 1 pound of fresh pickled violets, boil 5 half pints of soft water, and pour it over the violets. Let it stand close covered in a well glazed earthen vessel for 24 hours, and dissolve in it twice its own weight of white sugar, so as to make a syrup without boiling. Another way to make syrup of violets. Pick the violets from the greens and sift them clean. Then to every 4 ounces of violets add half a pint of water and 1 pound of coarse sugar. First take the water and put into it half the sugar. Set it over the fire, clarify and scum it well. Beat your violets well in a mortar and infuse them in the clarified syrup for some time, minding the syrup is not too hot when you put in the violets. When they have infused a while, strain them and preserve some of the juice in another vessel, and let it stand by. Put in the rest of the sugar, set it again on the fire, scum it and keep stirring. When it has boiled softly some time, put in the rest of the juice and 1 drop of the juice of lemon. Set it once more for a short time on the fire, and when cold, put it up for use. To make syrup of clove gillyflowers. Gather the flowers early in the morning, pick them clean and cut the white from the red. To a quart of flowers put 2 quarts of spring water. Let it stand for 2 days in a cold place, and after boil it till it comes to a quart. Strain it off and put in half a pound of double refined sugar and boil it up again for 3 or 4 minutes. Pour it into a china bowl, let it stand to cool, and when it is quite cold, scum it. Put it into bottles, cork them well and tie them down with leather. Another way to make syrup of clove gillyflowers. Clip your gillyflowers, sprinkle them with fair water, put them into an earthen pot, stop them very close, set them in a kettle of boiling water, and let them boil for 2 hours. Then strain out the juice, put 1.5 pounds of fine sugar to a pint of juice, put it into a preserving pan, set it on the fire, keeping it stirring till the sugar is all melted, but do not let it boil. Then set it by to cool, and bottle it. To make syrup of buckthorn. Gather your berries in the heat of the day, and set them in an earthen pot in the oven. Then squeeze out the juice, and put the juice of 1 peck of berries to 2 pounds of Lisbon sugar, and boil them together for 1/4 of an hour. Let it cool, and bottle it. Another way to make syrup of buckthorn. Take 3 quarts of the juice of clarified buckthorn berries and 4 pounds of brown sugar. Make them into a syrup over a gentle fire, and while it is warm, mix it with a drachm of the distilled oil of cloves dissolved on a lump of sugar, for it will not dissolve in the syrup. Note: take great care you have the true buckthorn, as there are many spurious ones. They may be known by the number of seeds, the genuine buckthorn having 4, the older buckthorn only 2, and the cherry buckthorn 1. To make a syrup for a cough or asthma. Take unset hyssop, coltsfoot flowers and black maidenhair, of each a handful, and 2 handfuls of white horehound. Boil them in 3 quarts of water, and when half is boiled away, take it off and let the herbs stand in it till they are quite cold. Squeeze the herbs very dry, strain the liquor and boil it 1/4 of an hour. Scum it well, and to every pint put in half a pound of white sugar and boil it. When it becomes a syrup, put it to cool and bottle it off. Do not cork the bottles, but tie papers over them. This is very good for a cough. Take a spoonful night and morning, and one whenever the cough is troublesome. Another way to make a syrup for a cough or asthma. Take 1 ounce of conserve of roses, 1 ounce of brown sugar candy, and 2 of raisins of the sun, cleared of their stones. To these add some flour of brimstone, mix them together and take a spoonful night and morning. Another way to make a syrup for a cough or asthma. Take pennyroyal and hyssop water, of each half a pint. Slice to them a small stick of licorice and a few raisins of the sun stoned. Let them simmer a quarter of an hour and make it into a syrup with brown sugar candy. Boil it a little and then put in 4 or 5 spoonfuls of snail water and give it a second boil. When it is cold, bottle it and take a spoonful night and morning with 3 drops of balsam of sulphur put into it. Another way to make a syrup for a cough or asthma. Take maidenhair, oak lungs and fresh moss, of each a handful. Boil these in 3 pints of spring water till it comes to a quart. Strain it out and put to it 6 pennyworth of saffron tied up in a rag, adding thereto a pound of brown sugar candy. Boil the liquor up to a syrup, and when cold, bottle it. Take a spoonful when the cough is troublesome. To make syrup of balsam. Put an ounce of balsam of tolu into a quart of spring water and boil them 2 hours. Put in a pound of white sugar candy finely beat and boil it half an hour longer. Take out the balsam, strain the syrup twice through a flannel bag, and when it is cold, bottle it. This syrup is also excellent for a cough. Take a spoonful at night and a little whenever your cough is troublesome. To make barley syrup. Take a pound of fresh barley, put it in water, and when it boils, throw the water away. So do a second water. Put to the barley a third water, the quantity of 6 quarts, and boil it till 1/3 is consumed. Strain out the barley and put to the water a handful of scabious, tormentil, hyssop, agrimony, horehound, maidenhair, sarnicle and betony, burrage, bugloss, rosemary, marigolds, sage, violets and cowslips, of these a pint each when picked, a pound of raisins of the sun stoned, half a pound of figs cut, a quarter of a pound of dates stoned and the white skin next the stone taken off, half a pound of green licorice, caraway seeds, fennel seeds and anise seeds, of each 1 ounce, hartshorn, ivy, elecampane roots, of each 1 ounce, fennel roots, asparagus roots, couchgrass roots, polypodium roots, oak parsley roots, of each 1 handful. After they are cleaned, bruise the licorice and seeds and slice your roots. Then put all the ingredients into your barley water, cover them close and let them boil very softly 12 hours. Afterwards strain it, press out the juice and let it stand 24 hours. Take the liquor off clear and add to it half a pint of damask rosewater and half a pint of hyssop water, with a pint of the juice of coltsfoot clarified. A dram of saffron, 3 pints of the best virgin honey, and as many pounds of sugar as there are quarts of liquor. Boil this an hour and a half, keeping it clean scummed. Then bottle it, cork it well, and put it by for use. It is good for an old cough. Take 3 spoonfuls, mixed with the same quantity of sack, night and morning. To make syrup of marshmallows. Take of the fresh roots of marshmallows 2 ounces, and parsley roots 1 ounce. Licorice root, the tops of marshmallows and mallows and figs, of each half an ounce. Raisins stoned 2 ounces. Sweet almonds blanched 1 ounce. Let all these steep 1 day in 3 quarts of clear barley water, and boil it to 2 quarts. Press out the decoction, and when grown fine by standing in the liquor, dissolve 1 ounce of gum arabic and 4 pounds of fine sugar, and make it into a syrup. Another way to make syrup of marshmallows. Take 4 ounces of marshmallow roots, grass roots, asparagus roots, licorice and raisins stoned, of each half an ounce. The tops of marshmallows, pellitory, pimpernel, saxifrage, plantain, maidenhair, white and black, of each 1 handful. Red sizes 1 ounce. Bruise all these and boil them in 3 quarts of water till it comes to 2. Then put to it 4 pounds of white sugar to make it a syrup, and clarify every pint with the white of an egg or isinglass. To make syrup of saffron. Take a pint of balm water and a pint of the best canary, and half an ounce of English saffron. Open the saffron and put it into the liquor to infuse. Let it stand close covered so as to be hot and not boil, and continue so for 12 hours. Then strain it out as hot as you can, and add to it 3 pounds of double refined sugar, and boil it till it is well incorporated. When cold, bottle it. A spoonful in any simple water or wine is a high cordial. To make syrup of quinces. Take your quinces and grate them. Pass their pulp through a coarse cloth to extract the juice. Set the juice before the sun or fire to settle, and by that means clarify it. To every 4 ounces of juice, take a pound of sugar boiled into a syrup with spring water. If the putting in the juice of the quinces should check the boiling of the syrup too much, give it a little boiling till it becomes pearled, then take it off the fire, and when cold, put it into bottles and cork them tight. To make syrup of citron. Pare and slice your citrons thin, lay them in a china bowl with layers of fine sugar. The next day pour off the liquor into a glass and clarify it over a gentle fire. To make syrup of peach blossoms. Infuse peach blossoms in as much hot water as will cover them. Let them stand in balneo or sand 24 hours, covered close. Strain out the flowers from the liquor and put in fresh flowers. Let them stand to infuse as before. Strain them out, and to the liquor put fresh peach blossoms a 3rd time, and, if you please, a 4th time. Then to every pound of your infusion add 2 pounds of double refined sugar, and set it in sand or balneo. This makes a syrup which will keep for use. To make syrup of cherries. Take 2 pounds of cherries very ripe and sound, pick off the stalks, take out the stones, and put them upon a fire with about half a pint of water. Let them boil up 8 or 10 times, and strain them through a sieve. Put 2 pounds of sugar over the fire with a little water. Boil it till it cracks and sparkles, then put in your cherry juice and boil them together till they acquire the consistence of syrup. To make syrup of apricots. According to the time you intend keeping your syrup, it is necessary to put more or less sugar. To keep apricot syrup from one season to another, the proportion will be 2 pounds of sugar to a pound of fruit. Stone a pound of ripe apricots, peel the kernels and apricots, and cut them into little bits. Put 2 pounds of sugar into a saucepan with a glass of water, and boil it to the same height as for the cherries. Then put in the apricots with their kernels and boil them together over a moderate fire till the syrup will extend into a thread between your fingers without breaking, and strain it through a sieve. Another way to make syrup of apricots. Having cut the apricots and kernels as before, put them upon the fire with a glass of water and boil them till they are reduced to a marmalade. Put them into a sieve and strain off all the juice. Let it settle and strain it again through a napkin. Add the juice to the sugar and let it boil to the consistence of a strong syrup. To make syrup of apples. Take 1/4 pound of golden pippins perfectly sound, cut them into very thin slices and boil them with half a gill of water. When they are reduced to a marmalade, wring them in a linen cloth and express all the juice. Let the juice settle, pour it clear off, and to a gill take 1 pound of sugar. Boil it to the same degree as for the syrup of cherries, and then put in the juice of the apples. Let them boil together till the syrup will extend to a thread between your fingers without easily breaking. To make syrup of lemons. Syrup of lemons is not usually made till wanted for use. When you have occasion for it, put ½ pound of sugar into a saucepan with a small glass of water. Make it boil and skim it, and let it continue to boil till it will extend into a thread between the fingers, which breaks and forms a drop upon the fingers. Then put in the juice of a small lemon, let it boil up a few times, and use it. To make syrup of capillaire. Put 1 ounce of the leaves of maidenhair for a moment into boiling water. Take them out and infuse them at least 12 hours upon hot embers, and then strain them through a sieve. Put 1 pound of sugar into a saucepan with a good glass of water. Boil it to the same degree as for the syrup of violets, and put in your capillaire or maidenhair water, not suffering it to boil. Take it off the fire as soon as it is mingled with the sugar. Put it into an earthen pan, close covered, and set it during 3 days over hot embers, keeping the heat as equal as you can and not too violent. When the syrup will extend into a long thread between your fingers, put it into bottles, taking care not to cork them till the syrup is quite cold. To make syrup of orgeat. To ½ pound of sweet almonds, add 2 ounces of the 4 cold seeds and ½ an ounce of bitter almonds. Blanch the bitter almonds in boiling water, and as you do them, throw them into cold water. When they are drained, put them into a mortar with the cold seeds, and pound the whole together till it is very fine. As you beat it, to prevent it from turning to oil, put in from time to time half a spoonful of cold water. Afterwards mix it with a full gill of warm water, and let it infuse upon a slow fire for 3 hours. Strain it through a coarse napkin, squeezing it hard with a wooden spoon that the powder of the almonds may pass. Then take 1 pound of sugar and boil it in the same manner as for the syrup of violets, and finish it on the embers as directed for the capillaire. To make syrup of red cabbages. Cut and wash a large red cabbage. Put it into a stew pan and boil it in water 3 or 4 hours, until there remains no more than a pint of liquor. Put the cabbage into a sieve, squeezing it till you have expressed all the juice. Let it settle and pour it off clear. Then put 1 pound of Narbonne honey into a saucepan with a glass of water. Let it boil, skimming it often. When the honey is very clear, Put in the cabbage juice and boil them together till of the consistence of syrup, like the preceding. To make syrup of verjuice. Put 2 pounds of sugar upon the fire, with a gill of water. Make it boil and skim it, letting it continue to boil till, in dipping the skimmer in, shaking it over and blowing across the holes, the sugar rises in little sparkles. Then have ready the juice expressed from 2 pounds of sour grapes, very green and large, the seeds being first taken out and the fruit pounded, and put it into the sugar, letting them boil together till reduced to a very strong syrup, which you will know by its forming a strong thread between your fingers without breaking. To make syrup of watercresses. Bruise a peck of watercresses, put to them 2 quarts of water, and when it has stood 24 hours, put to it some more water to cover it, with a pound of fine loaf sugar. Then let the whole be boiled up till it is reduced to a quart. Let it be taken off to cool, and pour on it a pint of rum, when it must be squeezed out and bottled. To make oil of oranges. Take a pound of sweet almonds well peeled, the flowers of lemons and oranges, as much as you please, which must be divided into 3 equal parts. After this, you must put a third part of the flowers upon a white linen cloth in a sieve, strewing upon the flowers half of the almonds, which you must strew with another third part of the flowers, and then the rest of your almonds, which you must cover with the remainder of your flowers, so that the almonds must always be in the middle of the flowers in the sieve. Leave them together for 6 days, renewing and changing them every day. Then beat the almonds in a mortar and press them in a white linen cloth till they issue out clear oil. Then stop it up close in a vessel and let it stand in the sun 8 days. To make oil of jessamine and violets. Take sweet almonds well peeled and beat, with as much jessamine as you please. Lay them row upon row, and let them lie in a moist place for 10 days or more. Then take them away and squeeze out the oil in a press. Oil of violets and other flowers may be made in the same manner. To make oil of nutmegs. Take of the best nutmegs to the quantity of oil you wish to make. Cut them in small pieces, and put to them as much malmsey as will cover them. Put them in a glass for 2 or 3 days. Beat them at the fire, and sprinkle them with rose water. Squeeze them in a press, and you will have an excellent oil. It must be kept in a vessel close stopped. To make oil of benjamin. Take 6 ounces of benjamin well beat into powder, and dissolved a whole day in a pound of oil of tartar and a pound of rose water. Then distill it with a fine pipe through a limbeck, and keep it as an excellent thing. To make oil of storax. Take what quantity of storax liquid you please, put it into rose water 2 or 3 days, and distill it as the benjamin. First there issues out oil somewhat foul, and then an excellent oil. To make oil of myrrh. Take eggs hard roasted, cut them in the middle, take away the yolks, and fill them up with myrrh beaten into powder. Put them in some moist place where the myrrh may dissolve gradually. This oil makes the face and other parts of the body soft, and takes away all scars. To make oil of bay salt. Put bay salt in an iron pot, and set it over a charcoal fire till it is dissolved and done running. Take it off, lay the salt on a marble, and it will run oil. Take 4 or 5 drops of this, rub it over your hands, and it will take all freckles and roughness off the skin. Note: in using any of these oils to perfume water, it must be dropped on sugar, and then they will mix. To make oil of eggs. Take 8 large eggs new laid, boil them hard and take the yolks out. Be careful not to put any of the whites in. Break them small and let them stand to be cold. Then have a quick fire ready and put them in an iron ladle with a bit of hog's lard the bigness of a walnut. Stir it with a stick cut flat at the end, and when it begins to melt, keep stirring as fast as you possibly can. The moment before it turns to oil, it will dry. You must have a cup ready to pour it in as fast as you see a drop of oil come. With that quantity of eggs, you will have a teacup full of oil if you stir quick. If not, you will not see a drop. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bills of Fare. With a view of rendering this treatise on confectionery a complete preceptor to the inexperienced, and the most useful and perfect work ever published on the subject, we here insert a few bills of fare for desserts for private families. Yet that being in some degree a thing depending upon the fancy, the season of the year for fruits, etc., it will be a difficult matter to please the taste of the experienced confectioner. However, recurring to the intention above stated, we shall endeavour to give them agreeable to the most approved methods, trusting at least that they will be found to be a guide to the young practitioner. Ice cream is a thing used in all desserts, as it is to be had both winter and summer, and in London is always to be had at the confectioners'. It would be useless to give directions for grand desserts. Those who give such rich desserts either keep a proper person or have them of a confectioner, who not only has everything wanted, but every ornament to adorn it with, without being attended with the least inconvenience. Though it certainly is highly commendable in every young lady to attain perfection in this beautiful display of modern domestic refinement, if it be only with a view of giving instructions to her servants. For country ladies, it is a delightful amusement, both to make the sweetmeats and dress out a dessert, as it depends wholly on fancy and is attended with but little expense. A bill of fare, having as a centrepiece a large dish with figures and grass or moss about it, and flowers only for show, surrounded by side dishes of peaches, lemon cream, plums, raspberry ice cream, nectarines, syllabubs, apricots, plain ice cream. A bill of fare, having as a centrepiece a dish or salver, a dish of jellies, intermixed with wet sweetmeats, surrounded by side dishes of coloured wafers, peaches in brandy, heart biscuit, compote of chestnuts, white wafers, morella cherries in brandy, Savoy biscuit, compote of pears. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece high flowers, images, etc., dressed with grass, moss, and other ornaments according to fancy, surrounded by side dishes of lemon cream in glasses, a gizzard cream, coloured sweetmeats in glasses, sponge biscuits, jellies, a floating island, wet sweetmeats in glasses, and ratafia drops. The above middle frame should be made either in 3 parts or 5, all to join together, which may serve on different occasions, on which suppose gravel walks, hedges, and variety of different things, as a little Chinese temple for the middle, or any other handsome ornament, which may be procured from the confectioners, and will serve year after year. The top, bottom, and sides are to be set out with such things as are to be got, or the season of the year will allow, as fruits, nuts of all kinds, creams, jellies, whipped syllabubs, biscuits, etc., and as many plates as you please, according to the size of the table. All this depends wholly on a little experience, and a good fancy to ornament in a pretty manner. You must have artificial flowers of all sorts, and some natural ones out of a garden in summer time do very well intermixed. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece a dish only for shoe, with figures, etc., etc., surrounded by side dishes of peaches, lemon cream, plums, raspberry cream, nectarines, syllabubs, apricots, and plain ice cream. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece 1 large dish in the middle of jellies, cream, and syllabubs, surrounded by side dishes of fruit, ice cream, fruit, ice cream of different sorts, and fruit. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece sweetmeats, wet and dry, surrounded by side dishes of dried apples, jellies and biscuits, chestnuts, stewed pears, jellies and biscuits, and almonds and raisins. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece wet and dry sweetmeats and jellies both red and white intermixed, adorned with flowers, surrounded by side dishes of pot oranges, stewed pippins with thick cream poured over them, pistachio nuts, ice cream, ratafia cakes, pears stewed purple with fine ratafia cream poured over them, walnuts, and ice cream. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece 2 salvers one above another, whipped syllabubs and jellies intermixed with crisped almonds and little ratafia cakes, 1 little one above all, with preserved orange or pineapples, little bottles with flowers to adorn it, and knick-knacks strewed about the salver, surrounded by side dishes of fruit, ice cream, fruit, little cakes, fruit, almonds and raisins, ice cream of different colours, large Seville orange sliced with double refined sugar strewed over, fruit, and creams. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece a grand trifle, surrounded by side dishes of stewed pippins, ice cream, little pot oranges, compote of chestnuts, nonpareils, ice creams different colours, pistachio nuts, and compote of pears. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece a high salver with syllabubs, a little raised above with a preserved orange or lemon, surrounded by side dishes of fruit, jellies, fruit, almond creams, fruit, jellies, fruit, and almond flummery. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece 2 salvers one above another, on the bottom one jellies, the top a large glass cup covered with raspberry cream, surrounded by side dishes of Blanc-Mange stuck with almonds, whipped syllabubs, ice cream, dried cherries, almond flummery, whipped syllabubs, ice cream, and chestnuts. As to all sorts of little biscuits, almonds and knick-knacks thrown in the middle of the salver or wet sweetmeats in little glasses, they may be intermixed according to fancy. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece jellies, lemon cream and sweetmeats, both wet and dry, piled upon salvers with crisped almonds and knick-knacks, surrounded by side dishes of golden pippins, whipped syllabubs, filberts, large oranges, sliced and sugar strewed over, nonpareils, ice cream, whipped syllabubs, blanc-mange, plums and chestnuts. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece jellies, surrounded by side dishes of dried cherries, lemon cream, dried plums, grapes, almonds and raisins, almond flummery, pistachio nuts and winter pears. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece whipped syllabubs, surrounded by side dishes of peaches, jellies, nectarines, greengages, almond flummery, walnuts, grapes, jellies, fine pears, cherries, creams and filberts. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece floating island, surrounded by side dishes of filberts, ice cream, dried plums, pears, walnuts, ice cream different colours, nonpareils and grapes. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece in the middle a high pyramid of one salver above another, the bottom one large, the next smaller, the top one less. These salvers are to be filled with all kinds of wet and dry sweetmeats in glass, baskets or little plates, coloured jellies, creams, etc., biscuits, crisped almonds and little knick-knacks, and bottles of flowers prettily intermixed. The little top salver must have a large preserved fruit in it, surrounded by side dishes of clear jellies, ice cream different colours, whipped syllabubs, lemon cream in glasses, golden pippins, blanc-mange stuck with almonds, almonds and raisins, clear jellies in glasses, whipped syllabubs, ice cream different colours, lemon cream in glasses, pistachio nuts, blanc-mange stuck with almonds, and nonpareils. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece two large salvers in the middle, one above another, in the top whipped syllabubs, a garland of flowers raised above them, the bottom one filled with clear jellies, surrounded by side dishes of peaches, lemon cream in glasses, ice cream, walnuts, nectarines, golden pippins, almond flummery stuck with almonds, pears, plums, lemon cream in glasses, ice cream, filberts, apricots, nonpareils, and almond flummery stuck with almonds. Note: you may alter the side plates as you think proper, or with such fruit and things as you can get. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece a large dish of fruit of all sorts piled up and set out with green leaves, surrounded by side dishes of filberts, whipped syllabubs, ratafia cakes, jellies, filberts, whipped syllabubs, ratafia cakes and jellies. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece jellies piled up on two salvers, a large glass in the middle, surrounded by side dishes of walnuts, rubber ice cream, nonpareils, black and green grapes, filberts, gooseberry fool, pears, and green and black grapes. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece jellies and cream intermixed, surrounded by side dishes of walnuts, peaches and nectarines, plums, grapes, filberts, peaches and nectarines, currants and grapes. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece 2 salvers one above another, on the top cream in a large bowl, the bottom jellies, surrounded by side dishes of filberts, raspberries, gooseberries, small biscuits, black cherries, sugar, filberts, strawberries, currants, small biscuits, red cherries and sugar. A bill of fare having as a centrepiece 1 large salver in the middle filled with jellies and whipped syllabubs, and a garland of flowers meeting a lover, surrounded by side dishes of sugar in plates, almond flummery stuck with almonds, pistachio nuts, small cheesecakes, sugar in plates, a basin of cream, ratafia cakes and almond cream in cups. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cordial waters, etc. Part 1. To make fine sweet waters. Take 4 pounds of damask rosewater, of lavender water and spike water 3 ounces each, the water of blossoms of lemons or oranges, the water of the blossoms of the myrtle tree, blossoms of jessamine and marjoram, of each ½ pound. Add of storax calamata and benjamin a drachm each, and of musk ½ scruple. Mingle them well together and keep it in phials well stopped 6 days. Then distill it in Blanc-Mange and keep the water in a glass vessel 15 days in the sun, and it will be fit for use. Another way to make fine sweet waters. Take of fresh flowers of rosemary 2 pounds, damask rosewater 2 pounds, and a scruple of amber. Put these into a glass phial well stopped for 10 days. Distill it in Blanc-Mange and keep it in a glass phial stopped very close. Another way to make fine sweet waters. Take 4 pounds of the above mentioned water, 2 pounds of damask rosewater and ½ scruple of amber. Mix these together, keep them close stopped in a phial, and put it in the sun for a month, and it will be fit for use. Another way to make fine sweet waters. Take 4 pounds of damask rosewater with 6 ounces of lavender water, 3 pounds of jessamine flowers, and ½ scruple of fine musk. Keep them 10 days in a vessel close stopped. Distill it in Blanc-Mange, and it will be extremely good. Another way to make fine sweet waters. Take the peels of oranges and green citrons, of each ½ ounce, a scruple of cloves, and 6 ounces of the flowers of spike. Mix them all together with 6 pounds of damask rosewater. Let it stand in a vessel covered for the space of 10 days. Distill it in Blanc-Mange, and it will be exceedingly good. Another way to make fine sweet waters. Take 2 pounds of damask rose leaves, ½ scruple of good amber, and beat them together. Set it upon hot embers 2 or 3 days, and steep them 10 days in 10 pounds of damask rosewater. Then distill it, and let it stand in the sun 15 days. Another way to make fine sweet waters. Take sweet marjoram, lavender, rosemary, muscovy, mordill and ballon, fine walnut leaves, damask roses and pinks, of each a like quantity, and sufficient to fill the still. Then take of the best orange and damask rose powder and storax, each 2 ounces. Strew 1 or 2 handfuls of the powder upon your herbs, and distill them with a slow fire. Tie a little musk in a piece of lawn, and hang it in the glass your water drops into. When it is all distilled, take out the cake and mix them with the powders that are left. Lay them among your clothes or with sweet oils, and burn them for perfumes. To perfume roses. Take damask rosebuds and cut off the whites. Then take orange flower or rose water, wherein benjamin, storax, lignum rhodium, civet and musk have been steeped. Dip some leaves therein, and stick a clove into every rosebud. Dry them betwixt 2 papers, and they will fall asunder. This perfume will last 7 years. Another way to perfume roses. Take rose leaves, cut off the whites, and sprinkle them with the aforesaid water, putting some powder of cloves among them, and when dry, put them up in bags to sweeten your clothes. Another way to perfume roses. Take rose leaves, and as you pull them, lay them so that they touch not one another, turning them every day. When they are very dry, put them up in a wide-mouthed glass and tie them up close. Roses thus dried will keep their perfect colour. To make orange water. Take the parings of 40 oranges of the best sort, steep them in a gallon of sack 3 days, and distill the sack and peels together in a limbeck. If you wish to have it very strong, distill it in an ordinary rosewater still. Put it into bottles and drop in a little white sugar candy. Divide the oranges and sack twice. To make perfumed water. Take 3 handfuls of the tops of young lavender, and as much of the flowers of woodbine full ripe and plucked from the stalks. Then take as much orris root as 2 walnuts and a half, an orange peel dried, and as much calamus as 1 walnut, and beat them all together. To make rose cake to burn for perfume. Take 3 ounces and a half of benjamin, steep it 3 or 4 days in damask rose water, then of rose leaves half a pound, and beat them as small as for conserve, and put the benjamin into it with half a quarter of an ounce of musk and as much civet. Beat them all together and make them up in cakes. Then put them between 2 rose leaves, lay them upon papers in a place where there is no fire, and turn them often into dry papers. When you use them, lay one on a coal, minding it is not too hot. To make Hungary water. Take a quantity of rosemary flowers and put them into a wide-mouthed glass. Put to them as much spirit of sack as will taste strong of the flowers. Cork them close and let them stand 10 days at least, stirring frequently. Then distill this water in a limbeck and keep it for use. To make lavender water. This water may be made by putting a quart of the spirit of wine into the essence and proceeding as with other waters. To make ratafia. Take what quantity of brandy you choose, putting to every gallon a quart of the best orange flower water and a quart of good French wine. The brandy must be very fine and of a good age. Put in about 400 apricot stones and 1¼ pound of white sugar candy. Crack the stones and put them, with the shells, into a bottle. Stop it very close. Seal it down and put it in the sun for 6 weeks. Take it in every night, observing to shake it well. Let it settle and rack it off when it is perfectly fine. To make plague water. Take Rosa solis, agrimony, betony, scabious, centauri tops, scordium, balm, rue, wormwood, mugwort, celandine, rosemary, marigold leaves, brown sage, burnet, carduus, and dragons, of each a large handful. Angelica, peony, tormentil, and elecampane roots, and licorice, of each 1 ounce. Cut the herbs, slice the roots, and put them all into an earthen pot. Add to them a gallon of white wine and a quart of brandy. Let them steep 2 days close covered, then distill it in an ordinary still over a gentle fire, and sweeten it as you think proper. Juniper berries. Take of the best juniper berries 12 ounces, proof spirits of wine 3 gallons, a sufficient quantity of water, and distill them. You may sweeten it with sugar. It is an excellent remedy for wind in the stomach and bowels, powerfully provokes urine, and is therefore a good diuretic in the gravel and jaundice. You may distill it a second time, only by adding the same quantity of berries. To make cardamom water. Take pimento, caraway, and coriander seeds, and lemon peel, of each 4 ounces. Proof spirits 3 gallons, and a sufficient quantity of water. Distill it and sweeten it with 1 pound and a half of sugar. This is a cheap and good cordial, and may be used in all cases where a stomachic cordial is necessary. To make nutmeg water. Take and bruise 1/2 pound of nutmegs, 1 ounce of orange peel, spirits of wine rectified 3 gallons, and a sufficient quantity of water. Distill and sweeten them with 2 pounds of loaf sugar. It is an excellent cephalic and stomachic cordial. It helps the memory and strengthens the eyesight. To make mint, balm, or pennyroyal water. Take 4 pounds of dried mint. 3 pounds of any of the other herbs are sufficient. 2 gallons and a half of proof spirits, and 3 gallons of water. Distill them and sweeten the water with 1 pound and a half of sugar. To make walnut water. Take a peck of fine green walnuts, bruise them well in a large mortar, put them in a pan with a handful of balm bruised. Put 2 quarts of good French brandy to them, cover them close, and let them lay 3 days. The next day distill them in a cold still. From this quantity draw 3 quarts, which you may do in a day. Another way to make walnut water. Take a peck of walnuts in July and beat them small. Put to them clove gillyflowers, poppy flowers, cowslip flowers dried, marigold flowers, sage flowers, and burrage flowers, of each 2 quarts. Add to these 2 ounces of mace well beat, 2 ounces of nutmegs bruised, and 1 ounce of cinnamon well beat. Steep all these in a pot with a gallon of brandy and 2 gallons of sack. Let it stand 24 hours and distill it off. To make surfeit water. Take scurvy grass, brook lime, watercresses, Roman wormwood, rue,
mint, balm, sage and cleavers, of each 1 handful. Green Mary 2 handfuls. Poppies, if fresh, half a peck, if dry, 1/4 of a peck. Cochineal 6 pennyworth. Saffron 6 pennyworth. Anise seeds, caraway seeds, coriander seeds and cardamom seeds, of each an ounce. Licorice 2 ounces. Scraped figs split and raisins of the sun stoned, of each a pound. Juniper berries, bruised nutmeg, beaten mace and sweet fennel seeds bruised, of each an ounce. A few flowers of rosemary, marigold and sage. Put all these into a large stone jar, and put to them 3 gallons of French brandy. Cover it close and let it stand near the fire for 3 weeks. Stir it 3 times a week. Be sure to keep it close stopped, and then strain it off. Bottle your liquor and pour on your ingredients a gallon more of French brandy. Let it stand a week, stirring it once a day. Then distill it in a cold still, and this will make a fine white surfeit water. Another way to make surfeit water. Take a gallon of brandy, half a pound of white sugar candy beat small, 1 pound and a half of raisins of the sun stoned, 1/4 of a pound of dates shred, 1/4 of a pound of whole mace with an ounce of nutmeg sliced, half an ounce of anise seeds, caraway seeds and coriander seeds, half an ounce of cardamom bruised, and as many poppies as will colour it well. Mix these all together. Add a large sprig of angelica, rue, wormwood, spearmint, balm, rosemary, marigolds, sage, clove gillyflowers, borage, cowslips and rosemary flowers, of each a handful. Let them stand 9 days close stopped, then strain it through a jelly bag and bottle it up. To make milk water. Take wormwood, carduus, rue and angelica, of each 2 handfuls. Mint and balm, of each 4 handfuls. Cut these a little, put them into a cold still and add to them 3 quarts of milk. Let your fire be quick till the still drops, and then slacken it. You may draw off 2 quarts. The first quart will keep all the year. Another way to make milk water. Take agrimony, endive, fumitory, balm, elderflowers, white nettles, watercresses, bank cresses and sage, of each 3 handfuls. Eyebright, brooklime and celandine, of each 2 handfuls. The roses of yellow dock, red madder, fennel, horseradish and licorice, of each 3 ounces. Raisins stoned 1 pound. Nutmeg sliced, winter bark, turmeric and galangal, of each 2 drachms. Caraway and fennel seeds 3 ounces. 1 gallon of milk. Distill all with a gentle fire in 1 day. You may add 1 handful of May wormwood. Another way to make milk water. Take balm, mint, carduus, angelica, rue, rosemary and wormwood, of each half a pound, and sweeten them. Distill them with 2 gallons of milk just taken from the cow in a limbeck, with an iron pot. Put in with the herbs a quart of water. First heat it, then carefully pour in the milk all round on the herbs by a pint at a time, till all be poured in. This must be done in an iron pot covered with the still head and shut close. When it boils, lower the fire a little. Note: do not put quite the quantity of mint and wormwood, but as much of the balm and sweet meadow as will make up the quantity. To make citron water. Take 18 ounces of the best lemon peel bruised, 9 ounces of orange peel bruised, nutmegs bruised 1/4 pound, and 3 gallons of proof spirits. Macerate and distill them. Sweeten the water with 2 pounds of double refined sugar and keep it for use. Another way to make citron water. Take the outward yellow rind of 12 lemons and half an ounce of cardamom seed a little bruised. Let these steep 3 days in the best French brandy, close stopped. In the meantime, take of double refined sugar 1 pound and a half, and boil it with 1.5 pints of spring water. Boil it gently to a syrup, scum it, and when it is cold, mix it with brandy, adding the juice of 3 lemons. Let it run through a fair bag once or twice till it is fine and clear. Then put it into bottles. Note: care must be taken that the brandy is free from adulteration, and the lemons savour not the least of sweetness, or are anyways musty. To make cinnamon water. Take 2 pounds of cinnamon and bruise it, half a pound of citron and orange peel, 1/4 ounce of coriander seeds, steep 2 days in 3 gallons of Malaga sack. Distill them in a worm still and sweeten it with sugar dissolved in red rose water. To make cardamom water. Take caraway seeds, coriander seeds, pimento and lemon peel, of each 4 ounces. Mix them with 3 gallons of proof spirits, 1.5 gallons of spring water. Distill them and sweeten the water with 1.5 pounds of sugar. To make clary water. Take a quart of borage water, put it into an earthen jug and fill it with 2 or 3 quarts of clary flowers fresh gathered. Let it infuse an hour over the fire in a kettle of water. Then take out the flowers and put in as many fresh ones, and do so for 6 or 7 times together, after which add to the water 2 quarts of the best sack, 1 gallon of fresh flowers, and 2 pounds of white sugar candy beat small. Distill it off in a cold still, mix all the water together, and when it is distilled, sweeten it to your taste with the finest sugar. This is a very wholesome water, and extremely pleasant tasted if corked well and kept close. To make Lady Hewitt's water. Take red sage, betony, spearmint, unset hyssop, setwell, thyme, balm, pennyroyal, celandine, watercresses, heartsease, lavender, angelica, germander, calamita, tamarisk, coltsfoot, avens, valerian, saxifrage, pimpernel, vervain, parsley, rosemary, savoury, scabious, agrimony, mother thyme, wild marjoram, Roman wormwood, carduus benedictus, pellitory of the wall-field daisies with their flowers and leaves, of each of these herbs a handful. After they are picked and washed, add rue, yellow comfrey plantain, chamomile, maidenhair, sweet marjoram, and dragons, of each a handful, before they are washed or picked. Red rose leaves and cowslip flowers, half a peck each. Rosemary flowers, 1/4 peck. Hartshorn, 2 ounces. Juniper berries, 1 dram. China roots, 1 ounce. Comfrey roots sliced. Aniseeds, fennel seeds, caraway seeds, nutmegs, ginger, cinnamon, pepper, spikenard, parsley seeds, cloves, mace, and aromaticum rosarum, of each 3 drams. sassafras sliced half an ounce, elecampane roots, melliot flowers, calamus aromaticus, cardamoms, lignum aloes, rhubarb sliced, thin galangal, veronica lodoricum, cubeb grains, of each 2 drachms. The cordial bezoar 30 grains, musk 24 grains, ambergris 20 grains, flour of coral 2 drachms, flour of amber 1 drachm, flour of pearl 2 drachms, 4 leaves of gold, 2 drachms of saffron in a little bag, and 1 pound of white sugar candy. Wash the herbs and hang them in a cloth till dry. Cut and put them into an earthen pot, and in the midst of the herbs put the seeds, spices and drugs, all being well bruised. Then put thereto such a quantity of sherry sack as will cover them, and let them steep 24 hours. Then distill it in a limbeck, and make 2 distillings of it, and from each draw 3 pints of water. Mix all together and put it into quart bottles. Then divide the cordials into 3 parts and put into each bottle an equal quantity. Shake it often at the first, and the longer it is kept, the better it will be. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cordial waters, etc. Part 2. To make Palsy water. Take sage, rosemary, betony, borage and bugloss flowers, of each half a handful. Lilies of the valley and cowslip flowers, of each 4 or 5 handfuls. Steep them in the best spirit of sack, and add some balm, spike flowers, motherwort, bay leaves, orange leaves, and their flowers. Then put in citron peel, peony seeds, cinnamon, nutmegs, cardamoms, cubebs, mace, and yellow sanders, each half an ounce. Lignum aloes 1 drachm. Make all these into a powder, and add half a pound of dewbabes, with the stones taken out. Then add pearl prepared, smaragdes musk, and saffron, of each 10 grains. Ambergris 1 scruple. Red roses dried 1 ounce, and as many lavender flowers stripped from their stalks as will fill a gallon glass. Steep all these a month, and distill them very carefully in a limbeck. After it is distilled, hang it in a bag with the following ingredients: pearl, smaragdes musk, and saffron, of each 10 grains. Ambergris 1 scruple. Red roses dried, red and yellow sanders, of each 1 ounce. Hang them in a white sarsenet bag in the water, close stopped. Another way to make Palsy water. Take the spirits of 5 gallons of the best old sherry sack distilled in a limbeck. Add to it cowslip flowers, the flowers of borage, bugloss, lilies of the valley, rosemary, sage and betony, of each a handful. They must all be procured in their season, and put into some of the spirits aforesaid, in an open-mouthed quart glass. Let them remain in the spirits till you are ready to distil the waters, and carefully stopped up. Take lavender flowers in their season, strip them from their stalks, and fill a gallon glass with them. Pour to them the remainder of your spirits, and cork them close as before. Let them stand in the sun 6 weeks, and put them with the rest of the flowers into the 2 glasses. Then add balm, motherwort, spike flowers, bay and orange leaves, of each half an ounce. Cut and put them to the former flours and spirits, and distill them together in a limbeck, and make 3 runnings of it. First a quart glass, which will be exceeding strong, then a pint glass, which will be almost as good, and then another pint, or as much as will run, for when it runs weak, which may be known by its taste, and the colour being whiter, you will have drawn about that quantity. Mix your runnings together, and take citron, or the yellow rind of a lemon, 6 drachms of spice seeds, cinnamon 1 ounce, nutmegs, mace, cardamoms and yellow sanders, of each half an ounce, and lignum aloes 1 drachm. Make these into a gross powder, adding a few jujubes that are fresh, stoned and cut small. Put these ingredients into a large sarcenet bag and hang it in the water as aforesaid. Take 2 drachms of prepared pearls, of ambergris, musk and saffron 1 scruple each. Red roses dried 1 ounce. Put these in a bag by themselves and hang it in the spirits as the other. Close it well, that no air gets in, and let it stand 6 weeks. Take out the water, press the bags dry, and keep the water in narrow-mouthed glasses, and stop it up. The use of this water. It is so strong and powerful that it cannot be taken without the assistance of some other thing, but when dropped on crumbs of bread or sugar. It must be taken the first thing in the morning, at 4 in the afternoon, and the last thing at night. You must not eat for an hour after you take it. It is very efficacious in all swoonings, weakness of heart, decayed spirits, palsies, apoplexies, and both to help and prevent a fit. It will also destroy all heaviness and coldness in the liver, restores lost appetite, and fortifies and surprisingly strengthens the stomach. To make another water from the ingredients of the first. When the first water has ran what is strong, there will remain a weaker sort at the bottom of the limbeck. Take the herbs and flowers, press them, and put them into 1.5 gallons of the best sherry. Stop them close and let them stand 5 weeks. Distill them and let the liquor run as long as it remains strong. Pour it into the glass where the sarcenet bags are, and let them remain in this second liquor 6 weeks, close stopped. Then you may use it as the former. It is good to bathe any part affected with weakness. To make plague water. Take the roots of angelica, dragon, maywort, mint, rue, carduus, origany, winter savoury, broad thyme, rosemary, pimpernel, sage, coltsfoot, fumitory, scabious, borage, saxifrage, betony, jarmander and liverwort, of each a handful. The flowers of wormwood, succory, hyssop, fennel, agrimony, cowslips, poppies, plantain, setfoil, bugloss, vockfane, maidenhair, motherwort, dill, cowage, goldenrod and gromwell, of each a handful. The seeds of hart's tongues, horehound, fennel, melillet, St. John's wort, comfrey, featherfew, red rose leaves, wood sorrel, pellitory of the wall, heartsease, centaury and sea drink, of each a handful. The roots of gentian, dock, butterbur and peony, bay and juniper berries, of each a pound. Nutmegs and cloves, 1 ounce each, and half an ounce of mace. Pick the herbs and flowers and shred them a little. Cut the roots, bruise the berries, and pound the spices fine. Take a peck of green walnuts and chop them small. Mix all these together and lay them to steep in sack lees, or any white wine lees, or in good spirits, but wine lees are best. Let them lie a week or 10 days. Stir them once a day with a stick and keep them close covered. Then distill them in a limbeck with a slow fire, and take care the still does not burn. The first, second and third runnings are good, and some of the fourth. Let them stand till they are cold, then put them together. To make black cherry water. Take 6 pounds of black cherries and bruise them small. Then put to them the tops of rosemary, sweet marjoram, spearmint, angelica, balm and marigold flowers, of each a handful. Dried violets 1 ounce. Aniseeds and sweet fennel seeds, of each ½ ounce, bruised. Cut the herbs small, mix all together, and distill them off in a cold still. Another way to make black cherry water. Take 2 quarts of strong claret and 4 pounds of black cherries full ripe. Beat them and put them to the wine with angelica, balm and carduus, of each a handful. Half as much mint and as many rosemary flowers as you can hold in both your hands. 3 handfuls of clove gillyflowers, 2 ounces of cinnamon cut small, and 1 ounce of nutmegs. Put all these into a deep pot, let them be well stirred together, then cover it so close that no air can get in. Let it stand 1 day and a night, then put it into the still, which must also be stopped close, and draw off as much as runs good. Sweeten it with sugar candy to your taste. To make a rich cherry cordial. Take a stone pot that has a broad bottom and a narrow top, and lay a row of black cherries and a row of fine powdered sugar. Do this till your pot is full. Measure your pot, and for every gallon it holds, put 1/4 pint of spirit of wine. Pick the cherries clean from soil and stalks, but do not wash them. When you have thus filled your pot, stop it with a cork, and tie first a bladder, then a leather over it, and if it is not close enough, pitch it, and bury it in the earth 6 months or longer. Then strain it out, and keep it close stopped up for use. To make Lady Allen's water. Take balm, rosemary, sage, carduus, wormwood, dragons, scordium, mugwort, scabious, tormentil roots and leaves, angelica roots and leaves, betony flowers and leaves, centauri tops, pimpernel, wood or other sorrel, rue, agrimony and rosa solis, of each ½ pound. Licorice 4 ounces, and elecampane roots 2 ounces. Wash the herbs, shake and dry them in a cloth. Shred them, slice the roots, put all in 3 gallons of the best white wine, and let them stand close covered 2 days and nights, stirring them morning and evening. Then take out some of the herbs and squeeze them lightly with your hands into the still. Fill the still with the herbs and wine, let them stand 12 hours in a cold still, and distill them through a limbeck till the herbs and wine are out. Mix the water of each still together, sweeten it, keeping some unsweetened as a preservative to women in illness. To make all sorts of herb waters. Gather the herbs on a very fine clear day, chop them well and put them in an earthen pan. Wash them with sack, or if you do not choose that expense, wash them with water. Let them stand 24 hours. Distill them in a cold still over a gentle fire, and you may put a piece of white sugar candy into the bottom for it to drop on. To make orange mint water. Take a still full of orange mint, distill it in a cold still, and put fresh orange mint into the water. Distill it again, and put your bottles into the still unstopped. A spoonful of this water put into a glass of spring water will perfume it as well as the orange flower water. To make wormwood water. Take the outward rinds of 1.5 pounds of lemons, 1 pound of orange peels, tops of dried wormwood and winter cinnamon, of each ½ pound. Flowers of chamomile, 4 ounces. Little cardamoms not husked, cloves, cubebs and camel's hay, of each 1 ounce. Cinnamon, nutmegs, caraway seeds, of each 2 ounces. Spirits of wine 6 quarts, spring water 4 gallons and a half. Infuse them all together 3 or 4 days. Distill them in a balneum marie, and it will prove an excellent stomachic cordial. To make simple wormwood water. Take 1 pound of dried wormwood, 4 ounces of caraway seeds bruised, and 3 gallons of spirits of wine. Infuse and distill them in 1.5 pounds of sugar, and bottle it for use. To make snail water. Take comfrey and succory roots, of each 4 ounces. Licorice 3 ounces. Leaves of hart's tongue, plantain, ground ivy, red nettles, yarrow, brook lime, watercresses, dandelion and agrimony, of each 2 large handfuls. Gather the herbs in dry weather. Do not wash them, but wipe them with a clean cloth. Then take 500 snails, cleaned from their shells, but not scoured. A pint of the whites of eggs beat up to a water, 4 nutmegs grossly beat, and the yellow rind of 1 lemon and 1 orange. Bruise all the roots and herbs, and put them with the other ingredients in a gallon of new milk and a pint of Canary wine. Let them stand close covered 8 and 40 hours. Distill them in a common still over a gentle fire. It will keep good a year, and must be made in spring or autumn. For 3 months only, stop the bottles with paper, then cork them. When you use this water, put to it an equal quantity of milk. To make compound parsley water. Take of parsley roots 4 ounces, fresh horseradish root and juniper berries, of each 3 ounces. The tops of St John's wort, biting arsmet and elderflowers, of each 2 ounces. The seeds of wild carrots, sweet fennel and parsley, of each 1 ounce and a half. Mix these ingredients together, bruise them, and add thereto 2 gallons of French brandy and 2 gallons of soft water. Let them steep in the still 3 or 4 days, and draw it off. This is an excellent remedy for the gravel. To make compound horseradish water. Take the leaves of 2 sorts of scurvy grass, fresh gathered in the spring, of each 6 ounces. Add 4 ounces of brook lime and watercresses, horseradish 2 pounds, fresh arum root 6 ounces, winterbark and nutmeg, of each 4 ounces, dried lemon peel 2 ounces, and of French brandy 2 quarts, and draw all off by distillation. This water is good in dropsical and scorbutic cases. To make compound peony water. Take 18 peony roots fresh gathered, 6 ounces of bitter almonds, the leaves of rosemary, rue, wild thyme and flowers of lavender dried, of each 3 ounces, cinnamon, cubebs, angelica seed, coriander seed, caraway seed and aniseed, of each half an ounce. 1 gallon of rectified spirits of wine with 5 gallons of soft water, and draw off 3 gallons by distillation. This is good in all nervous disorders. To make compound scordium water. Take citrons, sorrel, goat's rue and scordium, of each 1 pound, and London treacle 2 ounces. Distill them in a limbeck with 2 quarts of spirits of wine and a sufficient quantity of water. Of this you may draw off 1 gallon. To make aniseed water. Take 12 ounces of aniseeds, 3 gallons of proof spirits, 1 gallon and a half of spring water. Infuse them all night in a still, and with a gentle heat draw off what runs smooth and clear. Sweeten it with 2 pounds of brown sugar, and if you would have it very fine, distill it again, and add some more aniseeds. To make caraway water. Take 3 gallons of proof spirits and half a gallon of water. Add to them half a pound of caraway seeds bruised. Distill and sweeten the juice with 1.5 pounds of brown sugar. To make orange or lemon water. Put 6 quarts of brandy and 1 quart of sack to the outer rinds of 50 oranges or lemons, and let them steep in it one night. The next day distill them in a cold still. Draw it off till you find it begins to taste sour. Sweeten it to your taste with double refined sugar and mix the first, second and third runnings together. If it be lemon peel, it should be performed with 2 grains of ambergris and 1 of musk. Grind them fine, tie them in a rag and let it hang 5 or 6 days in each bottle. Or you may put to them 3 or 4 drops of the tincture of ambergris. Be sure to cork it well. Another way to make orange or lemon water. Take any quantity of sack and to every 2 quarts add 12 oranges. Chop and steep them 12 hours. Distill them in a glass still. Sweeten it with double refined sugar dissolved in red rose water. Put a handful of angelica into the still with the oranges. To make hysterical water. Take betony, roots of lovage and seeds of wild parsnips, of each 2 ounces. Roots of single peony 4 ounces. Of mistletoe of the oak 3 ounces. Myrrh 1/4 ounce and castor half an ounce. Beat all these together and add to them 1/4 pound of dried millpeed. Pour on these 3 quarts of mugwort water and 2 quarts of brandy. Let them stand in a close vessel 8 days, then distill it in a cold still passed up. You may draw off 9 pints of water and sweeten it to your taste. Mix all together and bottle it up. To make treacle water. Take the juice of green walnuts, 4 pounds of rue, carduus, marigold and balm, of each 3 pounds, roots of butterbur, ½ pound, roots of burdock, 1 pound, angelica and mastic wort, of each ½ pound, leaves of scordium, 6 handfuls, Venice treacle and mithridates, of each ½ pound. Old Canary wine 2 pounds, white wine vinegar 6 pounds, juice of lemon 6 pounds, and distill this in an alembic. To make red rosebud water. Wet your roses in fair water. 4 gallons of roses will take near 2 gallons of water. Distill them in a cold still. Then take the same distilled water, Put into it as many fresh roses as it will wet, and distill them again. To make poppy water. Take 2 gallons of very good brandy and a peck of poppies. Put them together in a wide-mouthed glass and let them stand 48 hours. Then strain the poppies out. Take a pound of raisins of the sun and stone them. Coriander seeds, fennel seeds and licorice sliced, of each an ounce. Bruise them all together, put them into the brandy with a pound of good powder sugar, and let them stand 4 or 8 weeks, shaking it every day. Then strain it off and bottle it close up for use. To make peppermint water. Gather your peppermint when it is full grown and before it seeds. Cut it in short lengths, fill your still with it and cover it with water. Then make a good fire under it, and when it is near boiling and the still begins to drop, if your fire is too hot, draw a little from under it to keep it from boiling over, or your water will be muddy. The slower your still drops, the clearer and stronger your water will be. But do not spend it too far. Bottle it the next day. Let it stand 3 or 4 days to take off the fiery taste of the still. Then cork it well, and it will keep a long time. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. English Wines, Part 1. To make wines of English grapes. When the vines are well grown, so as to bring full clusters, be careful to disencumber them of some part of their leaves, that too much shade the grapes. But not so much in a hot season, as that the sun may too swiftly draw away their moisture and wither them. Stay not till they are all ripe at once, for then some will be overripe or burst, or inclined to rot before the underlings are come to perfection. But every 2 or 3 days pick off the choice and ripest grapes, and spread them in dry shady places sideways, that they contract not a heat and must, by which means those that remain on the clusters, having more juice to nourish them, will grow bigger, or be sooner ripe. And when you have got a sufficient quantity, put them into an open vessel, and bruise them well with your hands. Or, if the quantity be too large, gently press them with a flat wooden beater, that is, a thick board fastened at the end of a staff. For treading them with the feet, as practised in France and other countries, is a very slovenly way. Take care you break the stones as little as possible, for that will make the wine have a bitterish twang. Having bruised the grapes well, so that they are become pulp or mash, provide a tap at the bottom of your cask. Tie a haircloth over your faucet, and let out that which will run voluntarily of itself as the best wine. Then take out the pulp and gently press it by degrees in a cider press, till the liquor is sufficiently drained out. Provide a new cask, well seasoned, and add with a lighted rag dipped in brimstone, till it becomes dry. Pour the liquor in through a sieve funnel to stop the dregs, and let it stand with only a pebble stone lightly laid on the bunghole to ferment and refine itself 10 or 12 days. Then draw it gently off into another cask, well seasoned, that the lees or dregs may remain in the first cask, and stop it no other way than before, till it has quite passed over its ferment, which you may know by its coolness and pleasant taste. And thus, Of ordinary white grapes you may make a good sort of white wine. Of the red grapes, claret, and if it should want colour, heighten it with a little Brazil, boiled in about a quart of it, and strained very clear. The white grapes, not too ripe, give a good Rhenish taste, and are wonderfully cooling. There is a sort of muscadel grapes growing in many parts of England which may be brought, by the help of a little loaf sugar to feed on, to produce a curious sweet wine, little differing from Canary, and altogether as wholesome and pleasant. If the wine requires racking, the best time to do it is when the wind is in the north and the weather temperate and clear, in the increase of the moon, and when she is underneath the earth, and not in her full height. If the wine ropes, take a coarse linen cloth, and when you have set the cask abroach, set it before the bore, and put in the linen, and rack it in a dry cask. Put in 5 or 6 ounces of alum in powder, and shake them so that they may mix well. On settling, it will be fined down, and become very clear and pleasant wine. To make gooseberry wine. Take gooseberries just beginning to turn ripe, not those that are quite ripe. Bruise them as well as you did the grapes, but not so as to break their stones. Then pour to every 8 pounds of pulp a gallon of clear spring water, or rather their own distilled water made in a cold still, and let them stand in the vessel covered in a cool place 24 hours. Then put them into a strong canvas or hair bag, and press out all the juice that will run from them, and to every quart of it put 12 ounces of loaf or other fine sugar, stirring it till it be thoroughly melted. Then put it into a well seasoned cask, and set it in a cool place. When it has purged and settled, about 20 or 30 days, fill the vessel full and bung it down close, that as little air as possible may come at it. When it is well wrought and settled, then is your time to draw it off into smaller casks or bottles, keeping them in cool places, for there is nothing damages any sort of wines more than heat. Another way to make gooseberry wine. When the weather is dry, gather your gooseberries about the time they are half ripe. Pick them clean and put the quantity of a peck in a convenient vessel, and bruise them with a piece of wood, taking as much care as possible to keep the seeds whole. When you have done this, put the pulp into a canvas or hair bag and press out all the juice. Add to every gallon of gooseberries and about 3 pounds of fine loaf sugar. Mix it all together by stirring it with a stick, and as soon as the sugar is quite dissolved, pour it into a convenient cask, that it will hold it exactly, and according to the quantity, let it stand. That is, if about 8 or 9 gallons, it will take a fortnight; if 20 gallons, 40 days, and so in proportion, taking care the place you set it in be cool. After standing the proper time, draw it off from the lees, and put it into another sweet vessel of equal size, or into the same, after pouring the lees out and making it clean. Let a cask of 10 or 12 gallons stand about 3 months, and 20 gallons 5 months, after which it will be fit for bottling off. It is a cooling drink, taken with great success in all hot diseases, as fevers, smallpox, and the hot fit of the ague. It stops laxation, is good in the bloody flux, cools the heat of the liver and stomach, stops bleeding, and mitigates inflammations. It wonderfully abates flushings and redness of the face after hard drinking or the like. Provokes urine and is good against the stone, but those that are of a very phlegmatic constitution should not make use of it. To make currant wine. Take 4 gallons of cooling spring or conduit water. Let it gently simmer over a moderate fire, scum it well, and stir into it 8 pounds of the best virgin honey. When that is thoroughly dissolved, take off the water and stir it well about to raise the scum, which take clean off and cool. When it is thus prepared, press out the like quantity of juice of red currants moderately ripe, without any green ones among them, which being well strained, mix it well with the water and honey, put them in a cask or large earthen vessel, and let them stand upon the ferment 24 hours. To every gallon add 2 pounds of loaf or other fine sugar. Stir them well to raise the scum, and when well settled take it off and add half an ounce of cream of tartar with a little fine flour and the whites of 2 or 3 eggs, which will refine it. When it is well settled and clear, draw it off into a small vessel or bottle it up, keeping it in a cool place. Of white currants, a wine may be made after the same manner, that will equal in strength and pleasantness many sorts of white wine. Another way to make currant wine. After gathering the currants, which must be done when the weather is dry and they are full ripe, strip them carefully from the stalk so as not to bruise them with your fingers. Put them into a pan and bruise them with a wooden pestle. Then let it stand about 24 hours, according to the quantity, after which strain it through a sieve. Add 3 pounds of fine powder sugar to every 4 quarts of the liquor, and then shaking or stirring it well, fill your vessel and put about a quart of good brandy to every 6 or 7 gallons. As soon as it is fine, which will be in 4 or 5 weeks, bottle it off. If it should not prove quite clear, draw it off into another vessel and let it stand about 10 days, and then bottle it off. These wines allay the burning eagerness of thirst, are cooling in fevers, resist putrefaction, stay vomiting, corroborate the heart, and fortify the stomach. Currant wine is drank with success by those that have the fits of the mother. It diverts epilepsy and is very useful in many complaints incident to the female sex. To make raisin wine. To 200 weight of raisins, put about 44 gallons of water wine measure. Stir it up well 3 or 4 times a day. Let it stand about 3 weeks, then take it off the raisins and tun it up. When you put it into the cask, add about 2 quarts of brandy to it, which will keep it from fretting. Let it stand about 10 or 12 months, then draw it off from the lees, rinse your cask and put it in again. Then fine it down with 3 ounces of isinglass and a quarter of a pound of sugar candy dissolved in some of the wine. There are many ways used to retrieve this wine, if it should chance to turn sour, which seldom happens if properly made. In this case, the most successful method is to replenish it with a farther addition of raisins. Another way to make raisin wine. Put 200 weight of raisins with the stalks into a hogshead and fill it almost with spring water. Let it steep about 12 days, frequently stirring them about, and after pouring the juice off, dress the raisins. The liquor should then be put together in a very clean vessel that will exactly contain it. It will hiss or sing for some time, during which it should not be stirred. But when the noise ceases, it must be stopped close and stand for about 6 or 7 months. And then, if you peg it, and it proves fine and clear, rack it off into another vessel of the same size. Stop it up and let it remain 12 or 14 weeks longer. Then bottle it off. The best way, when you use it, is to take a decanter and rack it off. The virtues of raisin wine are too well known to require a particular description. There are few constitutions but what it will agree with. It strengthens and comforts the heart, revives the faded spirits, and conduces greatly to health if used with moderation. To make raspberry wine the English way. Take what quantity you please of red raspberries when they are nearly ripe, for if they grow overripe they will lose much of their pleasant scent. And after clearing the husks and stalks from them, soak them in the like quantity of fair water that has been boiled and sweetened with fine loaf sugar, 1.5 pounds to a gallon. When they are well soaked, about 12 hours, take them out, put them into a fine linen pressing bag, press out the juice into the water, then boil them up together over a gentle fire, and scum them well twice or thrice. Take off the vessel and let the liquor cool, and when the scum arises, take off all that you can, and pour off the liquor into a well-seasoned cask or earthen vessel. Then boil an ounce of mace quite down, if possible, in a pint of white wine, till a third part of the wine be consumed. Strain it and add it to the liquor. Let it settle 2 days, and when it is well settled and fermented, draw it off into a cask or bottles and keep it in a cool place. To make raspberry wine the French way. Steep 2 gallons of raspberries in a gallon of sack, 24 hours. Then strain them and put to them 3/4 pound of raisins of the sun well stoned, and let them continue 4 or 5 days, sometimes stirring them well. Then pour it off gently that the clearest may be taken away and only the dregs and settlings remain, and bottle that up you pour off. If you find it not sweet enough for the palate, you may add some sugar. About 1/2 pound to a gallon will be sufficient. Keep it in a cool place. Another way to make raspberry wine the French way. Gather the raspberries quite dry, when ripe, and bruise them. Strain them through a woolen bag into a jar. Put to it about 1 pound of the best double refined sugar. Mix the whole well together and stop it close. Pour it off as clear as possible after it has stood 4 days. The common method is to put 2 quarts of white wine to 1 quart of the raspberry juice, but that is too much, as it overpowers the rich flavour of the fruit. 3 pints will be enough. Bottle it off and it will be fit to drink in 10 days. The juice mixed with brandy is a fine dram. Put about 2 quarts of brandy to 3 quarts of raspberry juice, and it will drink well in 10 days. Another way to make raspberry wine the French way. Your raspberries must be dry, full ripe, and used just after they are gathered, in order to preserve their flavour. To every quart of fruit put 3 pounds of fine powder sugar and a little better than a gallon of clear water. Stir it 5 or 6 times a day to mix the whole well together, and let it ferment for 3 or 4 days. Put it in your cask and for every gallon put in 2 whole eggs, taking care they are not broke in putting it. It must stand at least 3 months before you bottle it. Your water should be of a good flavour, for in the choice of that principally depends the making of good or bad tasted wines. These wines, either way, are a great cordial. They cleanse the blood, prevent pestilential air, comfort the heart, ease pains in the stomach, dispel gross vapours from the brain, cause a free breathing by removing obstructions from the lungs, and are successfully taken in apoplexies. To make mulberry wine. Take mulberries when they are just changed from their redness to shining black. Gather them on a dry day when the sun has taken off the dew. Spread them thinly on a fine cloth on a floor or table for 24 hours, and boil up a gallon of water to each gallon of juice you can get out of them. Scum the water well, and add a little cinnamon, slightly bruised. Put to every gallon 6 ounces of white sugar candy, finely beaten. Scum and strain the water when it is taken off and settled, and put to it the juice of mulberries, and to every gallon the mixture of a pint of white or Rhenish wine. Let them stand in a cask to purge or settle 5 or 6 days, then draw off the wine and keep it cool. This is a very rich cordial. It gives vigour to consumptive bodies, allays the heat of the blood, prevents qualms and sickness in women, makes the body soluble, helps digestion, and eases distempers in the bowels. To make Morella wine. Take 2 gallons of white wine and 20 pounds of Morella cherries. Take away the stalks, and so bruise them that the stones may be broken. Then press the juice into the wine. Put mace, cinnamon, and nutmeg, each an ounce, well bruised, in a bag. Hang it in the wine when you have put it up in a cask, and it will be a rich drink. To make elderberry wine. Take elderberries when pretty ripe, plucked from the green stalks, what quantity you please, and press them that the juice may freely run from them, which may be done in a cider press or between 2 weighty planks, or for want of this opportunity you may mash them, and then it will run easily. Put the juice in a well-seasoned cask, and to every barrel put 3 gallons of water strong of honey boiled in it, and add some ale yeast to make it ferment and work out the grossness of its body. Then, to clarify it, add flour, whites of eggs, and a little fixed nitre. When it is well fermented and grows fine, draw it from the settlings and keep it till spring. Then to every barrel add 5 pounds of its own flowers and as much loaf sugar, and let it stand 7 days, at the end of which it will grow very rich and have a good flavour. Another way to make elderberry wine. When the elderberries are ripe, pick them and put them in a stone jar. Then set them in boiling water, or rather in an oven not over hot, till the jar is as warm as you can well bear to touch it with your hand. Take the berries and strain them through a sieve or coarse cloth, squeezing them hard, and pour the liquor into a kettle. Put it on the fire, let it boil, and put in as many pounds of Lisbon sugar as there are quarts of juice, and scum it often. Then let it settle, pour it off into a jar, and cover it close. Many people mix it with raisin wine by putting half a pint of the elder syrup to every gallon of wine. It gives the raisin wine an exquisite fine flavour, equal to any foreign wine whatsoever. It is an excellent febrifuge, cleanses the blood of acidity, venom and putrefaction. It is good in measles, smallpox, swinepox and pestilential diseases. It contributes to rest and takes away the heat that afflicts the brain. To make elderflower wine. To 6 gallons of spring water, put 6 pounds of raisins of the sun cut small and 12 pounds of fine powder sugar. Boil the whole together about an hour and a half. Then take elderflowers when pretty ripe, about half a peck. When the liquor is cold, put in the flowers, about a gill of lemon juice and half the quantity of ale yeast. Cover it up and after standing 3 days, strain it off, pour it into a cask that is quite sweet and that will hold it with ease. When this is done, put about a wine quart of Rhenish to every gallon of wine, and let the bung be lightly put in for 12 or 14 days. Then stop it down fast and put it in a cool dry place for 4 or 5 months, till it is quite settled and fine, and bottle it off. To make wine of blackberries, strawberries or dewberries. Take of the berries in their proper season and moderately ripe, what quantity you please. Press them as other berries. Then boil up water and honey, or water and fine sugar, agreeable to your palate, to a considerable sweetness. When it is well scummed, put the juice in and let it simmer to incorporate it well with the water. Then take it off, let it cool, scum it again, and put it up in a barrel or other close glazed vessel to ferment and settle. To every gallon put half a pint of Malaga. Draw it off as clear as possible, bottle it up and keep it cool for use. These liquors are good in fevers, afflictions of the lungs, prevent the infection of pestilential airs, beget a good appetite and help digestion, are excellent in surfeirs and purify the blood. To make wine of apples and pears. Apples must be made first into good cider, by beating and pressing and other methods as directed in treating of those sort of liquors. And to good cider, when you have procured it, put the herb scurly, the quintessence of wine, a little fixed nitre, and a pound of the syrup of honey to a barrel of this cider. Let it work and ferment at spurge holes in the cask 10 days. Or till you find it clear and well settled. Then draw it off, and it will be little inferior to Rhenish in clearness, colour, and taste. To make wine of pears, procure the Tartus perry, but by no means that which is tart by souring, or given that way, but such as is naturally so. Put into a barrel about 5 ounces of the juice of the herb clary, and the quintessence of wine, and to every barrel a pound or pint of the syrup of blackberries. And, after fermentation and refining, it will be of a curious wine taste, like sherry, and not easily distinguishable but by such as have a very fine taste, or who deal in it. These wines have the nature of cider and perry, though in a higher degree by the addition and alteration, being cooling, restorative, easing pains in the liver or spleen, cleansing the bowels and creating a good appetite. To make walnut leaf wine. Take 2 pounds of brown sugar and 1 pound of honey to every gallon of water. Boil them half an hour, skim it and put in the tub to every gallon a handful of leaves. Pour the liquor on and let it stand all night. Then take out the leaves and put in half a pint of yeast and let it work 14 days, which will take off the sweetness. Then stop it up in a cask and let it stand about 7 months. It is an excellent occasional drink for consumptive persons. To make cherry wine. Take cherries just beginning to be ripe, of the red sort, clear them of the stalks and stones, put them into an earthen glazed pan, and with your clean hands squeeze them to a pulp, or with a wooden ladle or presser, and let them continue 12 hours to ferment. Then put them into a linen cloth, not too fine, and press out the juice with a pressing board or any other convenience. Let the liquor stand till the scum arise, and with your ladle take it clean off. Then pour out the clearer part, by inclination, into a cask, where to each gallon put a pound of the best loaf sugar, and let it ferment and purge 7 or 8 days. When you find it clear, draw it off into lesser casks or bottles. Keep it cool, as other wines, and in 10 or 12 days it will be ripe. This drink's very pleasant and cool in hot weather, cheers the heart, and much enlivens nature in its decay. It is also good against violent pains in the head and swooning fits. To make wine of peaches and apricots. Take peaches, nectarines, etc., when they are full of juice, pare them and take the stones out, then slice them thin and put about 1 gallon to 2 gallons of water and a quart of white wine. Put them over a fire to simmer gently for a considerable time, till the sliced fruit becomes soft. Then pour off the liquid part to other peaches that have been so treated and bruised, but not heated. Let them stand 12 hours, stirring them sometimes, and then pour out the liquid part, press what remains through a fine hair bag, and put them together into a cask to ferment. Then add 1.5 pounds of loaf sugar to each gallon. Boil well 1 ounce of cloves in a quart of white wine, and add to it, which will give it a curious flavour. Wine of apricots may be made with only bruising and pouring the hot liquor on, not requiring so much sweetening, by reason they are of a more dulcet or luscious quality. To give it a singular flavour, boil 1 ounce of mace and half an ounce of nutmeg in a quart of white wine, and when the wine is on the ferment, pour the liquid part in hot, and hang a bunch of fresh borage, well floured, into the cask by a string at the bung for 3 days. Draw it off and keep it in bottles, which are most proper to preserve these sorts of wines. They are moderately warming and restorative, very good in consumptions, to create an appetite and recover decayed and wasting bodies. They loosen the hardness of the belly and give ease to pains of the stomach. To make quince wine. Gather the quinces when pretty ripe on a dry day. Rub off the down with a clean linen cloth, and lay them in hay or straw for 10 days to sweat. Cut them in quarters, take out the core, bruise them well in a mashing tub with a wooden beetle, and squeeze out the liquid part by pressing them in a hair bag gradually in a cider press. Strain this liquor through a fine sieve, warm it gently over a fire and scum it, but do not let it boil. Sprinkle into it loaf sugar reduced to powder, then 1 gallon of water and a quart of white wine, and boil 12 or 14 large quinces thinly sliced. Add 2 pounds of fine sugar. Then strain out the liquid part and mingle it with the natural juice of the quinces. Put it into a cask not to fill it, and shake them well together. Let it stand to settle. Put in juice of clary, 1/2 pint to 5 or 6 gallons, and mix it with a little flour and white of eggs. Then draw it off, and if it be not sweet enough, add more sugar and a quart of the best Malmsey. You may boil 1/4 pound of stoned raisins of the sun and 1/4 ounce of cinnamon in a quart of the liquor, to the consumption of 1/3 part, and straining the liquor, put it into the cask when the wine is upon the ferment. This wine is a good pectoral, cooling and refreshing the vital parts. It is good, moderately taken, in all hot diseases, allays the flushing of the face and St. Anthony's fire, takes away inflammations, and is very beneficial in breakings out, blotches, biles or sores. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. English Wines, Part 2. To make birch wine. This being a liquor but little known, we shall be as particular as possible in the directions for it. The season for getting the liquor from birch trees sometimes happens the latter end of February or beginning of March, before the leaves shoot out, as the sap begins to rise. And this is according to the mildness or rigour of the weather. And, if the time is delayed, the juice will grow too thick to be drawn out, which should be as thin and clear as possible. The method of procuring the juice is by boring holes in the trunk of the tree and fixing faucets made of elder, but care should be taken not to tap it in too many places at once, for fear of hurting the tree. If the tree is large, it may be bored in 5 or 6 places at once, and place bottles to let it drop in. When you have extracted a proper quantity, 3, 4 or 5 gallons from different trees, cork the bottles very close and rosin or wax them till you begin to make your wine, which should be as soon as possible after you have got the juice. As soon as you begin, boil the sap as long as you can take off any scum, and put 4 pounds of fine loaf sugar to every gallon of the juice, and the peel of a lemon cut thin. Then boil it again for near an hour, scumming it all the while, and pour it into a tub. When it is almost cold, work it with a toast spread with yeast, and let it stand 5 or 6 days, stirring it 2 or 3 times a day. Then take a cask that will contain it, and put a lighted match, dipped well in brimstone, into the cask. Stop it till the match is burnt out, and then tun your wine into it, putting the bung lightly in till it has done working. Bung it very close for about 3 months, and bottle it off for use. It will be ready in a week after it is put in the bottles. It is a very wholesome, pleasant and rich cordial, and very serviceable in curing consumptions, and particularly useful in scorbutic disorders. To make wines of plums, damsons, etc. Take what plums you please, mix those of a sweet taste with an allay of those that are somewhat sour, though they must all be inclining to ripeness. Slit them in halves so that the stones may be taken out, then mash them gently and add a little water and honey. The better to moisten them, boil to every gallon of your pulp a gallon of spring water, and put in a few bay leaves and cloves. Add as much sugar as will sweeten it, scum off the froth and let it cool, then press the fruit, squeezing out the liquid part. Strain all through a fine strainer, and put the water and juice all together into a cask. Let it stand and ferment 3 or 4 days. Fine it with white sugar, flour and whites of eggs. Draw it off into bottles and cork it up, that the air may not injure it. In 12 days it will be ripe and taste like sherry, or rather a nearer flavour of canary. Damsons may be ordered as other plums, though they produce a tartar wine, more clear and lasting. But do not put so much water to them as to luscious plums, unless you mix some sweet wine with it, as Malaga, Canary, or the like, or infuse raisins of the sun in it, which will give it a rich, mellow taste. These, as other wines made of English fruit, are moderately cooling, purify the blood and cleanse the reins, cause a freeness of urine, and contribute much to soft slumbers and a quiet rest, by sending up gentle refreshing spirits to the brain, which dispel heat and noxious vapours, and put that noble part in a right temperature. To make wine of English figs. Take the large blue figs, pretty ripe, steep them in white wine, having made some slits in them that they may swell and gather in the substance of the wine. Then slice some other figs and let them simmer over a fire in fair water till they are reduced to a kind of pulp. Strain out the water, pressing the pulp hard, and pour it as hot as possible to those figs that are infused in the wine. Let the quantity be near equal, the water somewhat more than the wine and figs. Having infused 24 hours, mash them well together and draw off all that will run voluntarily. Then press the rest, and if it proves not pretty sweet, add loaf sugar to render it so. Let it ferment, and add a little honey and sugar candy to it, then fine it with whites of eggs and a little isinglass. Draw it off and keep it for use. It is chiefly appropriated to defects of the lungs, helping shortness of breath, removing colds or inflammations of the lungs. It also comforts the stomach and eases pains of the bowels. To make rose wine. Get a glass basin or body, or for want of it, a well glazed earthen vessel, and put into it 3 gallons of rose water, drawn with a cold still. Put into it a convenient quantity of rose leaves, cover it close, and put it for an hour in a kettle or cauldron of water, heating it over the fire to take out the whole strength and tincture of the roses, and when cold, press the rose leaves hard into the liquor, and steep fresh ones in, repeating it till the liquor has got a full strength of roses. Then to every gallon of liquor add 3 pounds of loaf sugar. Stir it well, that it may melt and disperse in every part. Then put it into a cask or other convenient vessel to ferment. And to make it do so the better, add a little fixed nitre and flour, with 2 or 3 whites of eggs. Let it stand to cool about 30 days, and it will be ripe and have a curious flavour, having the whole strength and scent of the roses in it. And you may add, to meliorate it, some wine and spices, as your taste or inclination leads you. By this way of infusion, wine of carnations, clove gillyflowers, violets, primroses, or any flower having a curious scent may be made, to which, to prevent repetition, you are referred. Wines thus made are not only pleasant in taste, but rich and medicinal, being excellent for strengthening the heart, refreshing the spirits, and gently cooling the body, making it lenitive, and so purges the first digestion of phlegm and even choler. It abates the heat of the fever, quenches thirst, mitigates the inflammation of the entrails, and on many occasions serves for a good counter poison. To make cowslip wine. Put 5 pounds of loaf sugar to 4 gallons of fair water. Simmer them over a fire half an hour to well dissolve the sugar, and when it is taken off and cold, put in half a peck of cowslip flowers, clean picked and gently bruised. Then put in 2 spoonfuls of new ale yeast and a pound of syrup of lemons beaten with it, with a lemon peel or 2. Pour the whole into a well seasoned cask or vessel. Let them stand close stopped for 3 days, that they may ferment well. Then put in some juice of cowslips and give it a convenient space to work. When it has stood a month, draw it off into bottles, putting a little lump of loaf sugar into each, by which means you may keep it well the space of a year. In like manner, you may make wine of such other flowers as are of a pleasant taste and scent, as oxlips, jessamine, peach blooms, comfrey, scabions, featherfew, fumitory, and many more, as your fancy and taste may lead you. This wine, moderately drank, much helps the palsy, cramp, convulsions, and all other diseases of the nerves and sinews. It also eases pains of the joints and gout, and greatly contributes to the curing of ruptures. To make scurvy grass wine. Take the best large scurvy grass tops and leaves, in May, June or July. Bruise them well in a stone mortar, put them in a well glazed earthen vessel, and sprinkle them over with some powder of crystal of tartar. Then smear them over with virgin honey, and, being covered close, let it stand 24 hours. Then set water over a gentle fire, putting to every gallon 3 pints of honey, and when the scum rises, take it off and let it cool. Put your bruised scurvy grass into a barrel, and pour the liquor to it, setting the vessel conveniently endways with a tap at the bottom, and when it has been infused 24 hours, draw off the liquor, and strongly press the juice and moisture out of the herb into the barrel or vessel, and put the liquor up again. Then put a little new ale yeast to it, and let it ferment 3 days, covering the place of the bung or vent with a piece of bread spread over with mustard seed downward in a cool place, and let it continue till it is fine and drinks brisk. Then draw off the finest part, leaving only the dregs behind. Add more herb and ferment it with whites of eggs, flour, and fixed niter verjuice, or the juice of green grapes, if they are to be had. To which add 6 pounds of the syrup of mustard, all mixed and well beaten together, to refine it down, and it will drink brisk, but not very pleasant. It helps digestion, warms cold stomachs, carries off phlegm, purifies the blood, purges out salt, watery humours, cleanses the bowels from cold sliminess, eases pains in the limbs, head, heart and stomach, especially those proceeding from scorbutic humours, etc. To make wine of mint, balm, etc. Distill the herb in the cold still, add honey to it, work as in scurvy grass. Then refine it and work it down by due proportion of its own syrup. By this means the wine will become very fragrant and contain the whole virtue of the herb. Wormwood wine, wine of rue, carduus, and such strong physical herbs may be made by infusion only, in small white wines, cider, perry, or the like, adding a little sweets to them, that they may be more agreeable to the taste. That of black currants may be made as of other currants, and is very useful in all families. Wines made of mint, balm, wormwood, rue, etc. resist pestilential air, are good in agues and cold diseases, prevent fits of the mother and agues, ease pains in the joints and sinews, cleanse the blood, and frequently prevent apoplexies, epilepsies, and the like. They not only contain the virtues of the herb, but greatly strengthen and revive the decay of nature. To make orange wine. Put 12 pounds of fine sugar and the whites of 8 eggs well beaten into 6 gallons of spring water. Let it boil an hour, scumming it all the time. Take it off, and when it is pretty cool, put in the juice of 50 Seville oranges and 6 spoonfuls of good ale yeast, and let it stand 2 days. Then put it in another vessel with 2 quarts of Rhenish wine and the juice of 12 lemons. You must let the juice of lemons and wine and 2 pounds of double refined sugar stand close covered 10 or 12 hours before you put it into the vessel to your orange wine, and scum off the seeds before you put it in. The lemon peels must be put in with the oranges. Half the rinds must be put into the vessel, and it must stand 10 or 12 days before it is fit to bottle. To make sage wine. Boil 26 quarts of spring water a quarter of an hour, and when it is blood warm, put into it 25 pounds of Malaga raisins, picked, rubbed and shred, with near half a bushel of red sage shred, and a porringer of ale yeast. Stir all well together, and let it stand in a tub, covered warm 6 or 7 days, stirring it once a day. Then strain it off, and put it in a runlet. Let it work 3 or 4 days, and then stop it up. When it has stood 6 or 7 days, put in a quart or 2 of Malaga sack, and when it is fine, bottle it. To make sycamore wine. Take 2 gallons of the sap of sycamore and boil it half an hour. Then add to it 4 pounds of fine powder sugar. Beat the whites of 3 eggs to a froth and mix them with the liquor, but if it be too hot it will poach the eggs. Scum it well and boil it half an hour, then strain it through a hair sieve and let it stand till next day. Then pour it clear from the sediment. Put half a pint of good yeast to every 12 gallons. Cover it close up with blankets till it is white over, after which put it into the barrel and leave the bunghole open till it has done working. Close it well up, let it stand 3 months and bottle it. The 5th part of the sugar must be loaf, and if you like raisins, they are a great addition to the wine. To make turnip wine. Take a good number of turnips, pare them, put them into a cider press and squeeze out all the juice. To every gallon of juice, take 3 pounds of lump sugar. Have a vessel ready just big enough to hold the juice, and put your sugar into a vessel. To every gallon of juice add half a pint of brandy. Pour in the juice and lay something over the bung for a week to see if it works. If it does, you must not bring it down till it has done working, then stop it close for 3 months, and draw it off into another vessel. When it is fine, bottle it off. To imitate cypress wine. To 9 gallons of water, put 9 quarts of the juice of white elderberries, which has been pressed gently from the berries with the hand and passed through a sieve without bruising the kernels of the berries. Add to every gallon of liquor 3 pounds of Lisbon sugar. To the whole quantity put 1.5 ounces of ginger sliced, and 3/4 ounce of cloves. Then boil this near an hour, taking off the scum as it rises, and pour the whole to cool in an open tub, and work it with ale yeast spread upon a toast of white bread for 3 days, and then tun it into a vessel that will just hold it, adding about 1.5 pounds of raisins of the sun split to lion liquor till you draw it off, which should not be till the wine is fine, which you will find in January. It is so much like the fine rich wine brought from Cyprus in its colour and flavour that it has deceived the best judges. To make gillyflower wine. To 3 gallons of water put 6 pounds of the best powder sugar. Boil the sugar and water together for the space of half an hour. Keep scumming it as the scum rises. Let it stand to cool. Beat up 3 ounces of syrup of betony with a large spoonful of ale yeast. Put it into the liquor, let them infuse and work together 3 days, covered with a cloth. Strain it, put it into a cask, and let it settle for 3 or 4 weeks, when bottle it. To make mountain wine. Take fine Malaga raisins, pick all the stalks out, chop them very small, and put 10 pounds of them to every 2 gallons of spring water. Let them steep 3 weeks, stirring them often. Then squeeze out the liquor and put it into a vessel that will just hold it, but do not stop it till it has done hissing. Then bung it up close, and it will be fit for use in 6 months. To make orange wine with raisins. Take 30 pounds of new Malaga raisins, pick them clean and chop them small. Then take 20 large Seville oranges, 10 of which pare as thin as for preserving. Boil about 8 gallons of soft water till a third part be consumed. Let it cool a little, then put 5 gallons of it hot upon your raisins and orange peel. Stir it well together, cover it up, and when it is cold, let it stand 5 days, stirring it up once or twice every day. Then pass it through a hair sieve, and with a spoon press it as dry as you can. Put it in a rundlet fit for it, and add to it the rinds of the other 10 oranges, cut as thin as the first. Then make a syrup of the juice of 20 oranges with 1 pound of white sugar. It must be made the day before you turn it up. Stir it well together and stop it up close. Let it stand 2 months to clear, then bottle it up. It will keep 3 years and is better for keeping. To make Smyrna raisin wine. Put 24 gallons of water to 100 pounds of raisins. After letting it stand about 14 days, put it into your cask. When it has remained there 6 months, put 1 gallon of brandy to it, and when it is fine, bottle it. To make an excellent English wine. Take currants, both red and white, gooseberries, red and green, mulberries, raspberries, strawberries of different sorts, cherries, but not little black ones, and grapes, red and white. All the fruits must be full ripe, and take an equal quantity of each. Throw them into a tub and bruise them lightly. Take golden pippins and nonpareils, chop and bruise them well, and mix them with the others. To every 2 gallons of fruit, put 1 gallon of spring water, and boil it all together twice a day for a fortnight. Then press it through a hair bag into a vessel, and have ready a wine hogshead. Put into it 100 raisins of the sun with their stalks, fill it with the strained juice, lay the bung on lightly, and when it has done hissing and working, put in 1 gallon of the best French brandy, and stop the vessel close. Let it stand 6 months, then peg it and see if it be fine. If it is, bottle it. If not, stop it for 6 months longer and then bottle it. The longer it is kept, the better it will be. It is necessary you put in bay leaves with your brandy. To make bitter wine. Take 2 quarts of strong white wine, infuse in it 1 dram of rhubarb, 1 dram and a half of gentian root, Roman wormwood, tops of carduus, centauri and chamomile flowers, of each 3 drams. Yellow peel of oranges, half an ounce. Nutmegs, mace and cloves, of each 1 dram. Infuse all 48 hours, strain it and drink a glass an hour before dinner. To make mead. Having got 13 gallons of water, put 30 pounds of honey to it, boil and scum it well. Then take rosemary, thyme, bay leaves and sweet briar, 1 handful altogether, boil it an hour. Then put it into a tub with 2 or 3 handfuls of ground malt. Stir it till it is blood warm. Then strain it through a cloth and put it into a tub again. Cut a toast round a quartern loaf and spread it over with good ale yeast, and put it into your tub. And when the liquor is quite over with the yeast, put it into your vessel. Then take of cloves, mace and nutmegs 1 ounce and a half, of ginger sliced 1 ounce. Bruise the spice, tie it up in a rag and hang it in the vessel, then stop it up close for use. Another way to make mead. Take a gallon of honey, 8 gallons of water, 1/4 pound of ginger sliced and 6 whites of eggs beat with the shells. Put all these into a convenient vessel and let them boil till 1/4 part of the liquor be wasted, scumming it all the time. To each gallon of water put a handful of rosemary. When your liquor is sufficiently boiled, put in the remainder of your ingredients. And when all is boiled, strain your liquor through a hair sieve and let it stand till it is thoroughly cold. Then put a pint of ale yeast into the vessel and put in the liquor. If the weather be cold, let it stand 2 or 3 days before you bottle it. Another way to make mead. Take the honey out and add as much water to the honeycombs as they will sweeten. Let it stand to mix, boil it well and scum it. When an egg will swim at the top, it will be sufficiently boiled. Then put it into a wooden vessel, let it stand till cold, and bottle it in stone bottles. You may boil it either with lemon, thyme, rosemary or cowslips. To make Frontignac mead. Take 50 pounds of honey, 50 pounds of Belvedere raisins and 50 gallons of water. Boil these about 15 minutes, keeping it well scummed. Put it into the working tub and put to it a pint of ale yeast, letting it work till the yeast begins to fall. When taken clear off, tun it with the raisins and throw into the cask a quart of white elderflowers. Take care to attend it in change of weather. Let it continue in the cask 12 months and then fine it down with wine fining and bottle it off. To make cowslip mead. Take 15 gallons of water and 30 pounds of honey and boil them together till 1 gallon is wasted. Skim it and take it off the fire. Have ready 16 lemons cut in halves. Put a gallon of the liquor to the lemons and the rest into a tub with 7 packs of cowslips. Let them stand all night, then put in the liquor with the lemons, 8 spoonfuls of new yeast and a handful of sweet briar. Stir them all well together and let it work 3 or 4 days. Then strain it and put it in your cask and in 6 months' time you may bottle it. General observations. Your vessel should be quite dry and previously rinsed with brandy, and well bunged or closed up as soon as the wines have done fermenting. As it greatly depends on the flavour of the water you use, in order to have good tasted wines you must be careful to get the best. The water in London will not be proper unless put for some time in earthen vessels to settle itself. Fine spring water is most proper if it can be readily got. Be careful not to let it stand too long before you get it cold, and remember to put in the yeast in time, or else your wine will fret in the cask and be prevented fining. If you let it stand too long in the tub while working, it will lose the natural sweetness and flavour of the fruits and flowers it is made from. Lastly, let your fruit, berries, etc. be always gathered quite dry, and in general when full ripe. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Artificial wines, etc. The method of making artificial wines, of recovering faded and such wines as have lost their colour, and of racking, sweetening, etc. Of small wines meliorated. It is certain that weak wines may be raised and improved on the rich lees of wine that is drawn off, and indeed it is common to draw off such small wines and put them on such lees. By this the profit of the vintners is greatly enlarged. We also see that wine is fed with proper food, as sweet flesh, salt of tartar, or the sweet and volatile spirit of tartar. But more especially with the quintessence of wine, essential salts, prepared oils, herbs, and things of an aromatical nature. Why then may not small wine be greatly bettered by the animal spirit or quintessence extracted from other wines? For the animal part of wine only, and nothing else, can increase the strength of wine. If the quintessence be drawn out of one small wine and added to another, it will make that rich, though the other is altogether impoverished. For this reason it is better that one be lost, which may serve for vinegar, than both remain useless. This cannot be so well demonstrated by words as by practice, for which reason we shall give some examples to prove what has been said. To make artificial claret. Take the juice or water of clary, distill it in a cold still 1 part, red streak cider half a part, Malaga raisins beaten in a mortar 6 pounds, the fat mother of claret 1 pound. Cover them in a close vessel for 15 days to ferment. Then draw off the liquor into another vessel, and to every gallon add half a pint of the juice of mulberries, blackberries, or gooseberries, and a pint of the spirit of clary. To the whole put 3 spoonfuls of flour and the whites of 2 new laid eggs with a dram of isinglass. Beat these together, and add to the liquor 2 pounds of the syrup of clary, and it will refine down and be very rich, not distinguishable from the right claret, unless by those well skilled in wines. To make artificial Malaga, Canary wine, etc. Take a cask that has been well seasoned with right old Malaga, new trimmette and hoop it strong, leaving it open at one end, to which open end a close cover must be fitted to take off and put on at pleasure, and keep it in all seasons in a warm place. Fill it with spring or conduit water, and to every gallon of water add 6 pounds of the best Malaga raisins well bruised, and sprinkle on every 20 gallons a handful of Calx wine. Then place the cover close and keep it warm with cloths fastened about it, and let it continue so 4 or 5 days to work and ferment. After that, open it to see if the raisins are floating on the top of the water. If you find they are, press them down again, and do so every 4 or 5 days, letting them stand 3 weeks or a month. Then tap the vessel 3 or 4 inches above the bottom, and try if the liquor tastes, and if it does not, let it stand longer, till it has got the true flavour. Then draw it off into another cask that has had Malaga in it, and to every 20 gallons put a pint of the best aqua vitae, a quart of Alicant wine, and 2 new-laid eggs beaten together, and let it stand in a vaulted cellar or such like place till it be fit for drinking. If it wants sweetness, put in a little fine loaf sugar, and it will abundantly answer your expectation, and this dashed with a little white wine or brisk pippin cider may pass for canary. And thus not only artificial Malaga may be made, but other artificial wines. For it cannot but be supposed that an ingenious person may, by these examples, invent and prepare other sorts of wines different from these in taste. For having once got a knowledge of the different herbs that bear a similarity to the different sulphur of the true wine, whether styptic, acid, mild, luscious, fat, or balsamic, so must the imitation of the different sorts of wines be, whether Ribella, Tent, Rapidavia, Canary, or any others. As for white wine or Rhenish, you may make them of sweeter or tartar ciders, as you find in the directions given for making artificial claret, bating the colouring, though you must be at the labour and the charge of finding them more, on purpose to keep up a good body. To restore pricked wines. Take the wine down to the lees in another cask, where the lees of good wine are fresh. Then take a pint of strong aqua vitae, scrape half a pound of yellow beeswax into it, and by heating the spirit over a gentle fire, melt the wax. Then dip it in a cloth, and set it on fire with a brimstone match. Put it in flaming at the bung, and stop the cask close. To restore wines decayed by too much vent or souring. Stir it well with a flat-ended stick till you have removed it in all parts and made it ferment, but do not touch the lees. Then pour in a pint of aqua vitae and stop it up close, and at the end of 10 days it will be tolerably restored. Wine that is decayed by too much vent may be recovered by putting burning brimstone or hot crusts of bread into it. For musty wines, or such as have got a twang of the cask. To remedy this, rack it off upon lees of rich wine of the same sort, then put into a bag 4 ounces of the powder of lenorel berries and 2 ounces of the filings of steel. Let it hang by a string in the middle of the wine, and so by degrees lower it as you draw it off. To prevent wine from turning. Put a pound of butter melted in fair water into your cask, pretty warm, and stop it close. To take away the ill scent of wine. Bake a long roller of dough stuck well with cloves. Let it thoroughly bake, and hang it in your cask, and it will remove the ill scent from the wine by gathering it to itself. To remedy a bitter or sour scent in wine. Take half a peck of barley and boil it in 2 quarts of water till 1/2 of the water be wasted. Strain it, let it settle well, and pour it into the wine cask, stirring it without touching the lees. To soften green wine. Put in a little vinegar, wherein litharge has been well steeped, and boil some honey to draw out the wax. Strain it through a cloth and put a quart of it into a tierce, which will improve it in summer especially. Some, when they perceive the wine turning, put in a stone of unslacked lime. This will make it very good. To keep wine from souring. Boil a gallon of wine with some beaten oyster shells and crab's claws calcined. Strain out the liquid part, and when it is cool, put it into green wine, and it will give it a pleasant, lively taste. To sweeten wine. Fill it upon the lees, put a handful of the flowers of clary and infuse in it. Add a pound of mustard seed dry ground, which must be sunk in a bag to the bottom of the cask. To make artificial malmsey. Take English galangal and cloves, of each a drachm. Beat them to a powder, and infuse them a day and a night in a pint of aqua vitae, in a wooden vessel kept close covered. Then put it into good claret, and it will make 12 or 14 gallons of fine malmsey in 5 or 6 days. The drugs may be hung in a bag in the cask. To make wine settle well. Take a pint of wheat and boil it in a quart of water till it bursts and becomes very soft. Then squeeze it through a new linen cloth and put a pint of the liquid part into a hogshead of unsettled white wine, and it will fine it. To make wormwood wine. Take a good brisk Rhenish wine, or white wine, and put into it a pound of Roman wormwood in a bag, clean stripped from the stalks and well dried. And in 10 or 12 days' infusion, it will give it a taste and curious colour beyond what it had before. This may be done as it is drawn, by dropping 3 or 4 drops of chemical spirit or oil of wormwood into a quart of wine. To make rough claret. Put a quart of claret to 2 quarts of sloes, and bake them in a gentle oven till they have stewed out a great part of their moisture. Then pour off what is liquid and squeeze out the rest, and half a pint of this will make 10 gallons rough. To recover the lost colour of white wine or Rhenish wine. To do this effectually, rack the wine from the lees, and if the colour of the wine be faint and tawny, put in cognac lees and pour the wine upon them, rolling and shaking them together a considerable time in the cask. In 10 or 12 days, rack off the wine, and it will be of a proper colour, and drink brisk and fine. To prevent the decay of lowering wine. Take an ounce of roach alum powder, draw out 4 gallons of the wine, and strew the powder over it. Beat it well for the space of half an hour, then fill up the cask and set it on broach, being careful to let it take vent. By this means, in 3 or 4 days, you will find it a curious brisk wine. To rack wine. This is done with such instruments as are useful, and appropriated to the manner of doing it, and cannot be so well described by words as by seeing it done. However, observe this in doing it. let it be when the wind sets full north and the weather is temperate and clear, that the air may the better agree with the constitution of the wine, and make it take more kindly. It is likewise most proper to do it in the increase of the moon, when she is under the earth, and not in full height, etc. To make wines scent well and give them a curious flavour. Take 2 ounces of powder of sulphur, half an ounce of calamus, incorporate them well together, and put them into 1.5 pints of orange water. Let them steep in it a considerable time, and then drawing off the water, melt the sulphur and calamus in an iron pan, and dip in it as many rags as will soak it up, which put into the cask. Then rack your wine, and put in 1 pint of rosewater, and stopping the hogshead, roll it up and down half an hour, after which let it continue still 2 days. And by so ordering any Gascoigne or red wine, it will have a pleasant scent and taste. To mend wines that rope. When you have set your cask abroach, place a coarse linen cloth before the bore, then put in the linen and rack it in a dry cask. Add 5 or 6 ounces of the powder of alum, roll and shake them sufficiently together, and upon settling it will be fined down, and prove a very pleasant wine, both in taste and scent. To mend white or Rhenish wines. If these wines have an unpleasant taste, the best way is speedily to draw them off, and to 1/2 of the wine put 2 gallons of new milk, a handful of bay salt, and as much rice. Mix and beat them well together for half an hour, with a staff or paddler. Then fill up the cask, and when you have rolled it well, turn it over in the lees, and 2 or 3 days after you may broach, and it will drink very fine and brisk. Another way to mend white or Rhenish wines. Take 1 gallon or more of morning's milk, put it into the cask, and mix it well with rolling. When you perceive it is quite settled, put in 3 or 4 ounces of isinglass, and about 1/4 pound of loaf sugar fine scraped. Then fill up the hogshead or other cask, and roll it 4 or 5 times over, and this will bring it to a colour and fineness. To meliorate or better vicious wine. Take 1 pint of clarified honey, 1 pint of water wherein raisins of the sun have been well steeped, and 3/4 pint of good white wine or claret, according as the colour of your wine is. Let them simmer and boil a little over a gentle fire, to the consumption of 1/3 part, taking off the scum as fast as it rises. Put it very hot into the vitiated wine, and let it stand, the bunghole being open. Then put a little bruised mace, nutmegs and cloves into a linen bag, and hang it in the wine by a string for 3 or 4 days. By so doing, either new or old wine will not only be fined, but much bettered. For by this means they are restored from their foulness and decay, and yield a good scent and taste. You may, to make this work more perfect, when you take out the spice, hang in a small bag of white mustard seed, a little bruised. To make ice in summer for cooling wine. Take a stone bottle that will hold about 3 quarts of water. Put into it 3 ounces of refined saltpetre, half an ounce of Florence orris, and fill it with water boiling hot. Stop it close, and immediately let it down into a well, where it must remain 3 or 4 hours, and when you break the bottle you will find it full of hard ice. Or, for want of this opportunity, dissolve a pound of nitre in a pail of water, and it will cool your bottles exceedingly. General observations. Take salt of tartar and pour distilled vinegar on it till it is satiated every time you draw off the phlegm, and then distill it into a coated retort by degrees. And rectify the oil through the spirit of vitriol, which will render it lucid, fragrant, and very pleasant. A small quantity of the powder put in a linen rag and hung in the cask will refresh and meliorate, if not recover, foul, pricked or faded wine in a short time. Wines may also be enriched by essential and fragrant oils, made in such a manner as to incorporate with water or spirits of wine or other wine. After being diluted by proper fermentation, they are easily united and the body of the wine much enriched. It is necessary to observe that although we have been very exact in specifying the particular quantity of each ingredient used in the making as well as mending the wines treated of, yet every man's palate should be consulted by those who are employed to do the business, and your own judgment will direct you how to lessen or increase any part in proportion according to the taste of the employer. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Brandy, cider, etc. To make cherry brandy. Take of black and morella cherries, of each a like quantity, and fill your jar or bottle full. To every 12 pounds of cherries, put in half a pound of either plum or apricot kernels. Fill it up with French brandy, and the longer it stands, the better it will be. Currant brandy may be made the same way. Another way to make cherry brandy. Take and pick 8 pounds of black maroon cherries and 8 pounds of small black cherries. Put them in a mortar and bruise them, or leave them whole if you choose. Put them into a cask and pour 6 gallons of good brandy over them. Then put in 2 pounds of loaf sugar broke to pieces and a quart of sack. Stir all well up together and let it stand 2 months. Then draw it off into pint bottles, cork it tight and keep it for use. You may make it with morella cherries the same way. To make raspberry brandy. Take 2 gallons of raspberries, pick them from the stalks, bruise them with your hands and put them into a cask. Pour 8 gallons of good brandy over them, put in 2 pounds of loaf sugar beat fine and a quart of sack. Stir all well up together and let it stand a month. Then draw it off clear into another cask, and when it is fine, bottle it. Cork the bottles well and keep it for use. To make Sir John Cope's shrub. Take 2 gallons of brandy, 24 Genoa lemons, and peel the yellow rinds very thin. Throw away all the whites of the rinds, slice the lemons and throw away the stones. Then let the yellow rind and the lemons so sliced infuse in the brandy 5 or 6 days. Drain them through a thick flannel and put to the brandy a gallon of white wine or Rhenish with 6 pounds of white sugar. Bottle it up and let it be close sealed. To make currant shrub. Take white currants full ripe, mash them with your hands, then strain them through a hair sieve, and to 1 gallon of rum or brandy put 5 pints of the currant juice and a pound of loaf sugar. Cover it up close and let it stand 2 or 3 days, stirring it twice a day. Then run it through a jelly bag. It is best to put half the spirits to the juice and add the other half when you bottle it off. To make cider. Let your apples be thoroughly ripe. Press out the juice and throw it into a tub or vat with a tap and canal in it. About 30 or 40 hours after you have put it into the vat, you will observe a head to rise upon it. Take care not to disturb the head or suffer it to break, which it will do if you neglect to draw off the cider at the proper time. When therefore your head is pretty thick, draw a glass of it now and then and see whether it is fine. When you see it is fine, draw it off into a clean vessel. By this means you will get rid of a good deal of faeces, which, if the head breaks, will mix again with the cider and not easily be discharged. When the cider is in the hogshead, it will begin, after a day or two, to sing or ferment again, which is discovered by putting your ear to the bung of your hogshead. Let it ferment 4 or 5 days in order to raise a proper spirit, but no longer. Too great a fermentation being apt to destroy that lusciousness which is necessary to preserve it, and give it a fine taste of the apple. After it has worked 4 or 5 days, rack it into another vessel matched with brimstone. The match of brimstone answers 2 ends. It stops the fermentation and, by keeping the body quiet, occasions the heavy particles to subside. By this means you will get your cider perfectly fine and keep up the strength and lusciousness of it, which by too much fermentation will necessarily go off. After you have got it thoroughly fine, you may rack it into another vessel matched with brimstone, and stop it up till the time of bottling, which is about May or the latter end of August. Or, if it be too luscious, not till the March following. However, do not rack it too often, because it weakens the cider and occasions a good deal of the spirit to fly off. In the above method of making cider, it is to be observed that the chief intention is to stop the fermentation, to unlock or raise no more of the spirit than is necessary, and to preserve as much of the lusciousness as possible. The method is the same in the management of wines, and for the like reason. When you brew malt liquor, you can add spirit to it by an additional quantity of malt, but in wines and cider you have but just a quantity of spirit, which therefore must be managed with prudence and frugality. The common fermentation which cider undergoes in bottles will soon raise spirit enough, and make it like old wine, a noble, racy liquor. For in proportion as the spirit is raised by fermentation, the lusciousness goes off. But if you ferment it too much at first, the spirit will be exhausted, the lusciousness broke and carried off, and you will have nothing left but a rough, vapid, disagreeable liquor, such as you meet with among country farmers, who often ferment their cider so long that it is fit for little else but to make vinegar. To make Sir John Cope cider, good and fit for drinking in 2 or 3 days. Take any quantity of apples, pound them, and pour 3 gallons of water on each bushel. Put them into a tub or any other wooden vessel with a spigot near the bottom. Let them infuse 24 hours. Then, without pressing or shaking the vessel, draw off the liquor into bottles, which after 2 or 3 days will be clear and fit to drink, but it will be too brisk if kept much longer. It may be proper to fasten a small basket, such as brewers use, to the end of the faucet to keep the apples from stopping it. To make Mr. Bentham's cider. Take your apples and beat them in a wooden trough till they are well mashed. Then put them into a clean hair bag, squeeze and press out the juice, and let it run into a clean vessel. Then put it into the barrel you intend to keep it in. It is best to be thick. You must clay up your vessel as you do beer the next morning. To make perry. Take pears that have a vinous juice, such as gooseberry pears, horse pears, both red and white, the John and Joke pears, and others of the like kind. Take the reddest of the sort, let them be ripe, but not too ripe, and grind them as you do apples for cider, and work it off in the same manner. If your pears are of a sweet taste, mix a few crabs with them. To make usquebaugh. Take 10 gallons of good malt spirits, aniseeds 1 pound, cloves 2 ounces, nutmegs, ginger and caraway seeds, of each 4 ounces, coriander seeds 4 ounces. Distill them in a still with a worm, put it into a vessel, and add to it Spanish licorice bruised, and raisins of the sun stoned, of each 2 pounds. Cinnamon 4 ounces. Dates stoned and the white skin taken off 4 ounces. If you intend it to be yellow, put in 2 ounces of saffron and 5 pounds of white or brown sugar candy. Keep it close 9 or 10 days, stir it once a day. And if you would have it green, leave out the saffron and add either angelica or green corn sufficient to give it a fine colour. A week after, put in 3 grains of ambergris and musk. After standing 10 days, put a flannel in a large sieve, set the sieve under a funnel and strain it into the cask. Let it stand till it is fine, bottle it off, and the longer you keep it, the better. To make mum. Boil a hogshead of water until it is reduced to 2/3. Put to it 7 bushels of wheat flour, 1 bushel of oatmeal, and a bushel of beans. Then mix with it a handful of elder leaves with 3 ounces of barberries. Put to it a little yeast, and when it has worked itself from all impurities, let it be drawn off and stopped up close in another cask, with 6 of eggs mixed with it. It must be kept in the cask 2 years before you draw it off for drinking. To make milk punch. Take 2 quarts of water, 1 quart of milk, half a pint of lemon juice, and a quart of brandy. Sugar it to your taste, put the milk and water together a little warm, then add the sugar and lemon juice, and stir it through a flour bag till it is fine. You may bottle it, and it will keep a fortnight or longer. To make milk punch for present drinking. To 2 quarts of water, put 2 quarts of French brandy, 1 dozen and a half of lemons, 3/4 pound of double refined sugar, and 3 pints of new milk. Strain it frequently through a jelly bag till it is clear and fine. You must make it 2 or 3 days before you use it, and may bottle it off, but it will preserve its goodness for some time. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pickles, Part 1. General observations on pickling. The knowledge of pickling is very essential in a family, but it is to be lamented that the health of individuals is often endangered merely to gratify the age. Things known to be pernicious are frequently made use of, in order to procure a brighter colour to the thing meant to be pickled. It is indeed a common practice to make use of brass utensils, that the verdigris extracted from it may give an additional tint to all pickles intended to be green, not considering that they are communicating an absolute poison to that which they are preparing for their food. Such inconsiderate proceedings, it is hoped, will hereafter be avoided, especially as there is no necessity for having recourse to such pernicious means, when all these articles will become equally green by keeping them of a proper heat upon the hearth, without the help of brass or verdigris of any kind. It is therefore highly proper to be very particular in keeping the pickles from such things, and to follow strictly the directions of your receipts, given with respect to all kinds of pickles, which are greened only by pouring vinegar hot upon them, and it will keep them a long time. Stone jars are the most proper for all sorts of pickles, for though they are expensive in the first purchase, yet they will, in the end, be found much cheaper than earthen vessels, through which it has been found by experience salt and vinegar will penetrate, especially when put in hot. Be careful never to put your fingers in to take the pickles out, as it will soon spoil them, but always make use of a spoon upon those occasions. To pickle cucumbers. Let your cucumbers be as free from spots as possible, and take the smallest you can get. Put them into strong salt water for 9 or 10 days, or till they become yellow, and stir them at least twice a day, or they will grow soft. Should they become perfectly yellow, pour the water from them and cover them with plenty of vine leaves. Set your water over the fire, and when it boils, pour it upon them and set them upon the hearth to keep warm. When the water is almost cold, make it boiling hot again and pour it upon them. Proceed in this manner till you perceive they are of a fine green, which they will be in 4 or 5 times. Be careful to keep them well covered with vine leaves, with a cloth and dish over the top, to keep in the steam, which will help to green them the sooner. When they are greened, put them in a hair sieve to drain, and then make the following pickle for them. To every 2 quarts of white vinegar, put half an ounce of mace, 10 or 12 cloves, an ounce of ginger cut into slices, an ounce of black pepper, and a handful of salt. Boil them all together for 5 minutes. Pour it hot upon your pickles and tie them down with a bladder for use. You may pickle them with ale vinegar, or distilled vinegar, and you may add 3 or 4 cloves of garlic or shallots. To pickle cucumbers in slices. Take some large cucumbers before they are too ripe. Slice them of the thickness of crown pieces in a pewter dish. To every 12 cucumbers, slice 2 large onions thin, and so on till you have filled your dish, with a handful of salt between every row. Then cover them with another pewter dish, and let them stand 24 hours. Then put them into a colander and let them drain well. Put them in a jar, cover them over with white wine vinegar, and let them stand 4 hours. Pour the vinegar from them into a copper saucepan and boil it with a little salt. Put to the cucumbers a little mace and whole pepper, a large race of ginger sliced, and then pour the boiling vinegar on. Cover them close, and when they are cold, tie them down. They will be fit to eat in 2 or 3 days. To pickle mangoes. Cucumbers used for this purpose must be of the larger sort, and taken from the vines before they are too ripe or yellow at the ends. Cut a piece out of the side and take out the seeds with an apple scraper or teaspoon. Then put them into strong salt and water for 8 or 9 days, or till they are very yellow. Stir them well 2 or 3 times each day, and put them into a pan with a large quantity of vine leaves both over and under them. Beat a little roach alum very fine, and put it into the salt and water they came out of. Pour it on your cucumbers, and set it upon a very slow fire for 4 or 5 hours, till they are pretty green. Then take them out and drain them in a hair sieve, and when they are cold, put to them a little horseradish, then mustard seed, 2 or 3 heads of garlic, a few peppercorns, a few green cucumbers sliced in small pieces, then horseradish and the same as before mentioned, till you have filled them. Then take the piece you cut out and sew it with a large needle and thread, and do all the rest in the same manner. Have ready the following pickle. To every gallon of allegar put an ounce of mace, the same of cloves, 2 ounces of sliced ginger, the same of long pepper, Jamaica pepper and black pepper, 3 ounces of mustard seed tied up in a bag, 4 ounces of garlic, and a stick of horseradish cut in slices. Boil them 5 minutes in the allegar, then pour it upon your pickles, tie them down, and keep them for use. To pickle onions. Take some small onions, peel them, and put them into salt and water. Shift them once a day for 3 days, then set them over the fire in milk and water till ready to boil. Dry them, pour over them the following pickle when boiled and cold. Double distilled vinegar, salt, mace, and 1 or 2 bay leaves. They will not look white with any other vinegar. Another way to pickle onions. Take a sufficient number of the smallest onions you can get, and put them into salt and water for 9 days, observing to change the water every day. Then put them into jars and pour fresh boiling salt and water over them. Let them stand close covered till they are cold. Then make some more salt and water and pour it boiling hot upon them. When it is cold, put your onions in a hair sieve to drain. Then put them into wide-mouthed bottles and fill them up with distilled vinegar. Put into every bottle a slice or 2 of ginger, a blade of mace, and a large teaspoonful of eating oil, which will keep the onions white. If you like the taste of bay leaf, you may put 1 or 2 into every bottle, and as much bay salt as will lie on a sixpence. Cork them well up. To pickle walnuts black. Your walnuts should be gathered when the sun is hot upon them, and always before the shell is hard, which may be easily known by running a pin into them. Then put them into a strong salt and water for 9 days. Stir them twice a day, and change the salt and water every 3 days. Put them in a hair sieve, and let them stand in the air till they turn black. Then put them into strong stone jars and pour boiling allegar over them. Cover them up and let them stand till they are cold. Then boil the allegar 3 times more, and let it stand till it is cold between every time. Tie them down with paper and a bladder over them, and let them stand 2 months. Then take them out of the allegar and make a pickle for them. To every 2 quarts of allegar, put half an ounce of mace, half an ounce of cloves, 1 ounce of black pepper, the same of Jamaica pepper, ginger and long pepper, and 2 ounces of common salt. Boil it 10 minutes and pour it hot upon your walnuts, and tie them down with a bladder and paper over it. Another way to pickle walnuts black. Take large full-grown nuts, but before they are hard, and lay them in salt and water. Let them lie 2 days, then shift them into fresh water. Let them lie 2 days longer, then shift them again, and let them lie 3 in your pickling jar. When the jar is half full, put in a large onion stuck with cloves. To 100 walnuts, put in half a pint of mustard seed, 1/4 ounce of mace, half an ounce of black pepper, half an ounce of allspice, 6 bay leaves, and a stick of horseradish. Then fill your jar and pour boiling vinegar over them. Cover them with a plate, and when they are cold, tie them down with a bladder and leather, and they will be fit to eat in 2 or 3 months. The next year, if any remains, boil up your liquor again and skim it. When cold, pour it over your walnuts. This is by much the best pickle for use. Therefore, you may add to it what quantity of vinegar you please. If you pickle a great many walnuts and eat them fast, make pickle for 100 or 2. The rest keep in strong brine of salt and water, boiled till it will bear an egg. And as your pot empties, fill them up with those in the salt and water. Take care that they are covered with pickle. In the same manner, you may do a smaller quantity. But if you can get rape vinegar, use that instead of salt and water. Do them thus. Put your nuts into the jar you intend to pickle them in. Throw in a handful of salt and fill the pot with rape vinegar. Cover it close and let them stand a fortnight. Then pour them out of the pot, wipe it clean, and just rub the nuts with a coarse cloth, and then put them in the jar with the pickle as above. To pickle walnuts green. Take the largest double or French walnuts before the shells are hard. Pare them very thin and put them into a tub of spring water as they are pared. Put to them, if there are 200 or 300 nuts, a pound of bay salt. Leave them in the water 24 hours, then put them into a stone jar, a layer of vine leaves and a layer of walnuts. Fill it up with cold vinegar, and when they have stood all night, pour the vinegar from them into a copper with a good quantity of bay salt. Set it upon the fire and let it boil. Then pour it hot on the nuts. Tie them over with a woolen cloth and let them stand a week. Then pour that pickle from them, rub the nuts clean with a piece of flannel, and put them again into a jar with vine leaves, as before mentioned. Boil fresh vinegar, and to every gallon of vinegar, 4 or 5 pieces of ginger, 1/4 ounce of mace, and the same quantity of whole black pepper. Pour the vinegar boiling hot upon the walnuts, and cover them with a woolen cloth. Let it stand 4 or 5 days, and repeat the same 4 or 5 times. When the vinegar is cold, put in half a pint of mustard seed, a stick of horseradish sliced. Tie them down with a bladder and then with leather. They will be fit to eat in 3 weeks. If they are intended to be kept, the vinegar must not be boiled, but then they will not be ready under 6 months. To pickle French beans. Pour a boiling hot wine over your French beans and cover them close. The next day, drain and dry them. Then pour over them a boiling hot pickle of white wine vinegar, Jamaica pepper, black pepper, a little mace and ginger. Repeat this for 2 or 3 days, or till the beans look green. To pickle red cabbage. Slice your cabbage crossways, put it on an earthen dish, and sprinkle a handful of salt over it. Cover it with another dish and let it stand 24 hours. Then put it into a colander to drain and lay it in your jar. Take white wine vinegar enough to cover it, a little cloves, mace and allspice. Put them in whole with a little cochineal boiled fine. Then boil it up and pour it either hot or cold on your cabbage. If you pour on the pickle hot, cover it close with a cloth till it is cold, and then tie it up close as you do other pickles. Another way to pickle red cabbage. Take a fine close red cabbage and cut it thin. Then take some cold ale allegar and put to it 2 or 3 blades of mace and a few white peppercorns. Make it pretty strong with salt and put your cabbage into the allegar as you cut it. Tie it down close with a bladder and a paper over that. In a day or two it will be fit for use. To pickle mushrooms. Take the smallest mushrooms you can get and put them into spring water. Rub them with a piece of new flannel dipped in salt and put them into cold spring water as you do them to keep their colour. Then put them into a saucepan, throw a handful of salt over them, cover them close and set them over the fire 4 or 5 minutes, or till you see they are thoroughly hot and the liquor is drawn out of them. Then lay them between 2 clean cloths till they are cold. Put them into glass bottles and fill them up with distilled vinegar. Put a blade or 2 of mace and a teaspoonful of good oil in every bottle. Cork them up close and set them in a cool place. If you have not any distilled vinegar, you may use white wine vinegar or even allegar, but it must be boiled with a little mace, salt and a few slices of ginger. It must be cold before you pour it on your mushrooms. If your vinegar or allegar is too sharp, it will make your mushrooms soft, neither will they keep so long or appear so white. To pickle cauliflowers. Take the largest and closest you can get, pull them into sprigs, put them in an earthen dish and sprinkle salt over them. Let them stand 24 hours to draw out all the water, then put them in a jar and pour salt and water boiling over them. Cover them close and let them stand till the next day. Then take them out and lay them on a coarse cloth to drain. Put them into glass jars and put in a nutmeg sliced and 2 or 3 blades of mace in each jar. Cover them with distilled vinegar and tie them down with a bladder, and over that a leather. They will be fit for use in a month. To pickle capers. These are the flower buds of a small shrub preserved in pickle. The tree which bears capers is called the caper shrub or bush, and is common in the western part of Europe. We have them in some gardens, but Toulon is the principal place for capers. We have some from Lyon, but they are flatter and less firm, and some come from Mallorca, but they are salt and disagreeable. The finest flavoured are from Toulon. They gather the buds from the blossoms before they are open, then spread them upon a floor in the room where no sun enters, and there let them lie till they begin to wither. They then throw them into a tub of sharp vinegar, and after 3 days they add a quantity of bay salt. When this is dissolved, they are fit for packing for sale, and are sent to all parts of Europe. The finest capers are those of a moderate size, firm and close, and such as have the pickle highly flavoured. Those which are soft, flabby and half open are of little value. To pickle samphire. Take the samphire that is green, put it into a clean pan and throw over it 2 or 3 handfuls of salt. Then cover it with spring water. Let it lie 24 hours, after which put it into a clean saucepan, throw in a handful of salt and cover it with good vinegar. Cover the pan close and set it over a slow fire. Let it stand till it is just green and crisp, and take it off at that moment, for should it remain till it is soft, it will be spoiled. Put it in your pickling pot and cover it close. As soon as it is cold, tie it down with a bladder and leather and keep it for use. Or you may keep it all the year in a very strong brine of salt and water, and throw it into vinegar just before you use it. To pickle beetroots. Beetroots, which are a pretty garnish for made dishes, are thus pickled. Boil them tender, peel them, and, if agreeable, cut them into shapes. Pour over them a hot pickle of white wine vinegar, a little pepper, ginger, and horseradish sliced. To pickle barberries. Let your barberries be gathered before they are too ripe. Take care to pick out the leaves and dead stalks, and then put them into jars with a large quantity of strong salt and water, and tie them down with a bladder. Note: when you see a scum over your barberries, put them into fresh salt and water. They require no vinegar, their own sharpness being sufficient to keep them. To pickle codlings. Gather your codlings when they are about the size of a large French walnut. Put a quantity of vine leaves in the bottom of a brass pan and put in your codlings. Cover them well with vine leaves and set them over a very slow fire till you can peel the skins off. Then take them carefully up in a hair sieve, peel them with a penknife and put them into the saucepan again with the vine leaves and water as before. Cover them close and set them over a slow fire till they are of a fine green. Then drain them through a hair sieve, and when they are cold, put them into distilled vinegar. Pour a little meat oil on the top and tie them down with a bladder. Indian pickle or peccadillo. Quarter a white cabbage and cauliflower. Take also cucumbers, melons, apples, French beans, plums, all or any of these. Lay them on a hair sieve, strew over a large handful of salt, set them in the sun for 3 or 4 days, or till very dry, and put them into a stone jar with the following pickle. Put a pound of race ginger into salt and water. The next day scrape and slice it, salt it and dry it in the sun. Slice, salt and dry a pound of garlic. Put these into a gallon of vinegar with 2 ounces of long pepper, half an ounce of turmeric and 4 ounces of mustard seed bruised. Stop the pickle close, then prepare the cabbage, etc. If the fruit is put in, it must be green. To pickle artichoke bottoms. Take some artichokes and boil them till you can pull the leaves off, then take off the chokes and cut them from the stalk. Take great care that you do not let the knife touch the top. Throw them into salt and water for an hour, then take them out and lay them on a cloth to drain. Then put them into large wide-mouthed glasses, put a little mace and sliced nutmeg between. Fill them either with distilled vinegar or sugar vinegar and spring water. Cover them with mutton fat fried and tie them down with a bladder and leather. To pickle nasturtium buds. After the blossoms are gone off, gather the little knobs and put them into cold water. Shift them once a day for 3 successive days. Then make a cold pickle of white wine vinegar, a little white wine, shallot, pepper, cloves, mace, nutmeg quartered, and horseradish. Put in the buds. To pickle gherkins. Take 500 gherkins and have ready a large earthen pan of spring water and salt. To every gallon of water put 2 pounds of salt, mix it well together and throw in your gherkins. Wash them out in 2 hours, put them to drain, let them be drained very dry, and put them in a jar. In the meantime, get a bell metal pot with a gallon of the best white wine vinegar, half an ounce of cloves and mace, 1 ounce of allspice, 1 ounce of mustard seed, a stick of horseradish cut in slices, 6 bay leaves, a little dill, 2 or 3 races of ginger cut in pieces, a nutmeg cut in pieces, and a handful of salt. Boil it up in the pot all together and put it over the gherkins. Cover them close down and let them stand 24 hours. Then put them in your pot and simmer them over the stove till they are green. Be careful not to let them boil. If you do, you will spoil them. Then put them in your jar and cover them close down till they are cold. Then tie them over with a bladder and leather over that and put them in a cold, dry place. Mind always to keep your pickles tied down close. Or this way. After they have been 24 hours in the vinegar, pour the vinegar off from them and make it boil. Then pour it over the gherkins, cover them close, and repeat it every day until they are green. Then tie them down with a bladder and leather and keep them in a cool, dry place. By this method, they will keep good for 3 or 4 years. To pickle asparagus. Take the largest asparagus you can get. Cut off the white ends and wash the green ends in spring water. Then put them in another clean water and let them lay 2 or 3 hours in it. Have a large broad stew pan full of spring water with a handful of salt. Set it on the fire, and when it boils put in the grass, not tied up, but loose, and not too many at a time, for fear you should break the heads. Just scald them and no more. Take them out with a broad skimmer and lay them on a cloth to cool. For your pickle, take a gallon or more, according to your quantity of asparagus, of white wine vinegar and 1 ounce of bay salt. Boil it and put the asparagus in your jar. To a gallon of pickle, put 2 nutmegs, 1/4 ounce of mace, the same of whole white pepper, and pour the pickle hot over them. Cover them with a linen cloth, doubled 3 or 4 times, let them stand a week, and boil the pickle. After standing a week longer, boil the pickle again and pour it on hot as before. When they are cold, cover them close with a bladder and leather. To pickle peaches. Take your peaches when they are at their full growth, just before they begin to ripen. Be sure they are not bruised. Then take spring water, as much as you think will cover them. Make it salt enough to bear an egg, with bay and common salt, an equal quantity of each. Put in your peaches and lay a thin board over them to keep them under the water. Let them stand 3 days, then take them out, wipe them very carefully with a fine soft cloth, and lay them in your glass or jar. Then take as much white wine vinegar as will fill your glass or jar. To every gallon put 1 pint of the best well-made mustard, 2 or 3 heads of garlic, a good deal of ginger sliced, half an ounce of cloves, mace and nutmeg. Mix your pickle well together and pour it over your peaches. Tie them close with a bladder and leather. They will be fit to eat in 2 months. You may, with a fine penknife, cut them across, take out the stones, fill them with mustard seed, garlic, horseradish and ginger, and tie them together. You may pickle nectarines and apricots the same way. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pickles, Part 2. To pickle white plums. Take the large white plums, and if they have stalks, let them remain on, and pickle them as you do peaches. To pickle radish pods. Make a strong pickle with cold spring water and bay salt, strong enough to bear an egg. Put the pods in, lay a thin board over them to keep them under water, and let them stand 10 days. Drain them in a sieve and lay them on a cloth to dry. Then take white wine vinegar, as much as you think will cover them, boil it and put your pods in a jar, with ginger, mace, cloves and Jamaica pepper. Pour your vinegar boiling hot on them, cover them with a coarse cloth 3 or 4 times double, that the steam may come through a little, and let them stand 2 days. Repeat this 2 or 3 times. When it is cold, put in a pint of mustard seed, some horseradish, and cover them close. To pickle lemons. Take 12 lemons and scrape them with a piece of broken glass, then cut them across in several parts, but not quite through, so that they will hang together. Put in as much salt as they will hold. Rub them well and strew them over with salt. Let them lay in an earthen dish 3 days, and turn them every day. Slit an ounce of ginger very thin, and salted for 3 days. A small handful of mustard seeds bruised and seared through a hair sieve, and some red India pepper. Take your lemons out of the salt, squeeze them very gently, put them into a jar with the spice and ingredients, and cover them with the best white wine vinegar. Stop them up very close, and in a month's time they will be fit to eat. To pickle grapes. Get grapes at the full growth, but not ripe. Cut them in small bunches fit for garnishing. Put them in a stone jar with vine leaves between every layer of grapes. Then take as much spring water as you think will cover them. Put in a pound of bay salt and as much white salt as will make it bear an egg. Dry your bay salt and pound it. It will melt the sooner. Put it into a bell metal or copper pot. Boil and skim it well, and as it boils, take the black scum off, but not the white. When it has boiled a quarter of an hour, let it stand to cool and settle. When it is cold, pour the clear liquor on the grapes, lay vine leaves on the top, tie them down close with a linen cloth, cover them with a dish, and let them stand 24 hours. Then take them out, lay them on a cloth, cover them over with another, and dry them between the cloths. Then take 2 quarts of vinegar, 1 quart of spring water, and 1 pound of coarse sugar. Let it boil a little while. Skim it clean as it boils, and let it stand till it is quite cold. Dry your jar with a cloth. Put fresh vine leaves at the bottom and between every bunch of grapes, and on the top. Then pour the clear off the pickle on the grapes. Tie a thin piece of board on a flannel. Lay it on the top of the jar to keep the grapes under the pickle, and tie them down with a bladder and leather. Take them out with a wooden spoon, but be sure to make pickle enough to cover them. To pickle fennel. Set spring water on the fire with a handful of salt. When it boils, tie your fennel in bunches. Put them into the water. Just give them a scald and lay them on a cloth to dry. When cold, put them in a glass with a little mace or nutmeg. Fill it with cold vinegar. Lay a bit of green fennel on the top and tie over it a bladder and leather. To pickle golden pippins. Take the finest pippins you can get, free from spots and bruises. Put them into a preserving pan of cold spring water, set them on a charcoal fire and keep them turning with a wooden spoon till they will peel, but do not let them boil. When they are enough, peel them and put them into the water again with 1/4 pint of the best vinegar and 1/4 ounce of alum. Cover them close with a pewter dish and set them on the charcoal fire again, a slow fire not to boil. Let them stand, turning them now and then till they look green. Then take them out and lay them on a cloth to cool. When cold, make your pickle as for the peaches, only instead of made mustard, it must be mustard seed whole. Cover them close and keep them for use. To pickle young suckers or young artichokes before the leaves are hard. Take young suckers, pare them very nicely, all the hard ends of the leaves and stalks, and just scald them in salt and water. When they are cold, put them into glass bottles with 2 or 3 large blades of mace and a nutmeg sliced thin. Fill them either with distilled vinegar or the sugar vinegar of your own making with half spring water. To pickle mock ginger. Take the largest cauliflowers you can get, cut off all the flour from the stalks. Peel them and throw into strong spring water and salt for 3 days. Then drain them in a sieve pretty dry and put them in a jar. Boil white wine vinegar with cloves, mace, long pepper and allspice, each ½ ounce, 40 blades of garlic, a stick of horseradish cut in slices, 1/4 ounce of cayenne pepper, 1/4 pound of yellow turmeric, and 2 ounces of bay salt. Pour it boiling over the stalks and cover it down close till the next day. Then boil it again and repeat it twice more, and when it is cold, tie it down close. Melon mangoes. Take as many green melons as you want, slit them 2/3 up the middle, and with a spoon take all the seeds out. Put them in strong spring water and salt for 24 hours, and then drain them in a sieve. Mix ½ pound of white mustard, 2 ounces of long pepper, the same of allspice, ½ ounce of cloves and mace, a good quantity of garlic and horseradish cut in slices, and 1/4 ounce of cayenne pepper. Fill the seed holes full of this mixture. Put a small skewer through the end, tie it round with pack thread close to the skewer, and put them in a jar. Boil up the vinegar with some of the mixture in it, and pour it over the melons. Cover them down close and let them stand till next day. Then green them in the same manner as you do gherkins. When cold, tie them down close and keep them for use. To pickle elder shoots in imitation of bamboo. Take the largest and oldest shoots of elder which put out in the middle of May. The middle stalks are the most tender and biggest. The small ones are not worth pickling. Take off the outward peel or skin, and lay them in a strong brine of salt and water for 1 night. Then dry them in a cloth piece by piece. In the meantime, Make your pickle of half white wine and half beer vinegar. To each quart of pickle you must put an ounce of white or red pepper, an ounce of ginger sliced, a little mace, and a few corns of Jamaica pepper. When the spice has boiled in the pickle, pour it hot on the shoots. Stop them close immediately and set the jar 2 hours before the fire, turning it often. It is as good a way of greening pickles as frequent boiling. You may boil the pickle 2 or 3 times and pour it on boiling hot, just as you please. If you make the pickle of the sugar vinegar, there must be 1/2 spring water. To pickle red currants. To every quart of white wine vinegar, put half a pound of Lisbon sugar and 1/4 pound of white salt. Then pick out the worst of your currants and put into this liquor, and put the best in bunches into glasses. Then boil the pickle with the worst currants in it, skim it very clean, and let it boil till it looks of a fine colour, and let it stand till it is cold. Then strain it through a coarse cloth, wring it through to get out all the colour of the currants, and let it stand to settle. Then pour the clear off the settlings and fill up your glasses with it. Tie them over with a bladder and leather, and keep them in a cold, dry place. To pickle ox palates. Take as many ox palates as you want, and wash them clean with salt and water. Put them in a pot, cover them with water, put in some salt, and as the scum rises, skim it off clean. Then put in half an ounce of cloves and mace, a little allspice and whole pepper. Stew them gently till they are tender, which will be in 4 or 5 hours. Take them out, and take the 2 skins clean off. Cut them of what size and shape you please, and let them stand till they are cold. In the meantime, make a pickle of half white wine and half vinegar boiled together, with some fresh spices in it. When both the pickle and palates are cold, lay a layer of palates in a jar, and put in some bay leaves with a little fresh spice between every layer, and pour the pickle over them. Tie them down close and keep them for use. These are very useful to put into made dishes of all sorts. Only wash them out of the pickle in warm water. You may make a little side dish with white or brown sauce, or butter and mustard, with a spoonful of white wine in it. To pickle cock's combs. Put your combs into scalding water and take the skins off. Then put them into a stew pan, cover them with white wine vinegar, put in some cloves and mace, a little allspice and whole pepper, a few bay leaves, a little bay salt, and stew them for half an hour. Then put them into a jar, and when they are cold, melt a little mutton suet and put over them to keep out the air, and tie them down with a bladder and leather. When you want to use them, lay them in warm water for an hour before, and you may put them in made dishes or make a little dish of them with white or brown cullis. To pickle purple cabbage. Take 2 cauliflowers, 2 red cabbages, half a peck of kidney beans, 6 sticks with 6 cloves of garlic on each stick. Wash them all well and give them a boil up. Then drain them on a sieve, lay them leaf by leaf on a large table, and salt them with bay salt. Then lay them to dry in the sun or in a slow oven until they are as dry as a cork. And make the following pickle. Take a gallon of the best vinegar with 1 quart of water, a handful of salt, 1 ounce of whole pepper, and boil it all together for 1/4 of an hour, and let it stand till it is cold. Then take 1/4 pound of ginger cut in pieces, salt it, and let it stand a week. Take ½ pound of mustard seed, wash it, and lay it to dry. When very dry, bruise half of it, mix the whole, and bruise it with some allspice, whole pepper, the prepared ginger, and an ounce of powder of turmeric. Then have a jar and lay a row of cabbage, then cauliflowers, and then beans. Put the garlic in the middle and sprinkle between every layer your mixture. Then pour your pickle over all and tie it down with a bladder and leather. To pickle salmon. Take your salmon, scale and gut it, and wash it very clean. Have a kettle of spring water boiling with a handful of salt, a little allspice, cloves and mace. Put in the fish and boil it 3/4 of an hour if small. If large, 1 hour. Then take the salmon out and let it stand till it is cold. Strain the liquor through a sieve. When it is cold, put your salmon very close in a tub or pan, and pour the liquor over it. When you want to use it, put it into a dish with a little of the pickle, and garnish it with green fennel. To pickle sturgeon. Take your sturgeon and cut it in handsome pieces. Wash it well and tie it up with bass. Make a pickle of half spring water and half vinegar. Make it pretty salt with some cloves, mace and allspice in it. Let it boil, then put in your sturgeon and boil it till it is tender. Then take it up and let it stand till it is cold. Strain the liquor through a sieve, then put the sturgeon into a pan or tub as close as you can, pour the liquor over it and cover it close. When you use it, put it in a dish with a little of the liquor and garnish it with green fennel or parsley. To pickle mackerel, called caveach. Cut your mackerel into round pieces and divide one into 5 or 6 pieces. To 6 large mackerel, you may take 1 ounce of beaten pepper, 3 large nutmegs, a little mace, and a handful of salt. Mix your salt and beaten spice together. Then make 2 or 3 holes in each piece, and thrust the seasoning into the holes with your finger. Rub each piece all over with the seasoning, fry them brown in sweet oil, and let them stand till they are cold. Put them into a jar, cover them with vinegar, and pour sweet oil over them. They will keep, well covered, a long time, and are delicious. To pickle mock anchovies. To a peck of sprats, take 2 pounds of common salt, 1/4 pound of bay salt, 1 pound of saltpetre, 2 ounces of sal prunella, and a little bowl armoniac. Pound all in a mortar. Put them into a stone pot, a row of sprats, a layer of your compound, and so on to the top alternately. Press them hard down and cover them close. Let them stand 6 months and they will be fit for use. Observe that your sprats are very fresh, and do not wash or wipe them, but take them as they first come out of the water. To pickle smelts. Take 100 of fine smelts, half an ounce of pepper, the same of nutmeg, 1/4 ounce of mace, half an ounce of saltpetre, and 1/4 pound of common salt. Beat all very fine. Wash and clean the smelts, gut them, then lay them in rows in a jar, and between every layer of smelts strew the seasoning, with 4 or 5 bay leaves. Then boil red wine and pour over them. Cover them with a plate, and when they are cold, tie them down close. They exceed anchovies. To pickle oysters. Open 100 of the finest and largest rock oysters you can get into a pan, with all their liquor in them, but mind you do not cut them in opening, as that will spoil their beauty. Wash them clean out of the liquor one by one. Put the liquor into a stew pan and give it a boil. Then strain it through a sieve and let it stand half an hour to settle. Then pour it from the settlings into a stew pan and put in half a pint of white wine, half a pint of vinegar, a little salt, half an ounce of cloves and mace, a little allspice and whole pepper, a nutmeg cut in thin slices, and a dozen bay leaves. Boil it up 5 minutes. Then put in your oysters and give them a boil for a minute or two. Put them into small jars, and when they are cold, put a little sweet oil at the top, and tie them down with a bladder and leather. Keep them in a cool, dry place, and when you use them, untie them, skim off the oil, put them in a dish with a little of the liquor, and garnish them with green parsley. If you want oyster sauce, take them out and put them into good anchovy sauce with a spoonful of the pickle. For fish or poultry, wash them in warm water and put them into a white sauce. To pickle cockles or mussels. Take half a peck of cockles or mussels and wash them well. Then put them into a saucepan, cover them close, and set them over a slow fire till they are all opened. Strain the liquor from them, pick them all out of the shells, mind and take the sponge or crab out of the mussels, and wash them clean in warm vinegar. Strain about half the liquor from the settlings and treat them in the same manner as oysters. To make white wine vinegar. As this vinegar, by the name, is thought to be made from white wine only, it is proper to give directions for making it. When you brew in the month of March or April, take as much sweet wort of the first running as will serve you the year. Boil it without hops for half an hour, and then put it in a cooler. Put some good yeast upon it and work it well. When it has done working, break the yeast into it and put it into a cask, but mind to fill the cask and set it in a place where the sun has full power on it. Put no bung in the bung hole, but put a tile over it at night and when it rains, but when it is fine, take the tile off. Let it stand till it is quite sour, which will be in the beginning of September. Then draw it off from the settlings into another cask, let it stand till it is fine, and draw it off for use. If you have any white wine that is tart, put it in a cask and treat it in the same manner, or cider may be done the same way. A cask of ale turned sour makes ale vinegar in the same manner, but none of these are fit for pickles to keep long, except the white wine vinegar. To make sugar vinegar. In the month of March or April, make this vinegar as follows. To every gallon of spring water you use, add a pound of coarse Lisbon sugar. Boil it and keep skimming it as long as the scum will rise. Then pour it into a cooler, and when it is as cold as beer to work, toast a large piece of bread, rub it over with good yeast, and let it work as long as it will. Then beat the yeast into it, put it in a cask, and set it in a place where the rays of the sun have full power on it. Put a tile over the bunghole when it rains, and every night, but in the daytime, when it is fine weather, take it off. And when you find it is sour enough, which will be in the month of August, but if it is not sour enough, let it stand till it is, then draw it off, put it into a clean cask, and throw in a handful of isinglass. Let it stand till it is fine, then draw it off for use. To make elder vinegar. Take 2 pounds of the pips of elderflowers and put them in a stone jar with 2 gallons of white wine vinegar. Let them steep and stir them every day for a fortnight. Then strain the vinegar from the flowers, press them close and let it stand to settle. Then pour it from the settlings and put a piece of filtering paper in a funnel and filter it through. Then put it in pint bottles, cork it close and keep it for use. To make tarragon vinegar. Pick the leaves off the stalks of green tarragon just before it goes into bloom, and put a pound weight to every gallon of white wine vinegar, and treat it in the same manner as elder vinegar. To make walnut ketchup. Take half a bushel of green walnuts before the shell is formed and grind them in a crab mill, or beat them in a marble mortar. Then squeeze out the juice through a coarse cloth and wring the cloth well to get all the juice out. To every gallon of juice put a quart of red wine, a quarter of a pound of anchovies, the same of bay salt, 1 ounce of cloves and mace, a little ginger and horseradish cut in slices. Boil all together till it is reduced to half the quantity. Pour it into a pan. When it is cold, bottle it, cork it tight, and it will be fit for use in 3 months. If you have any pickle left in the jar after your walnuts are used, to every gallon of pickle put in 2 heads of garlic, a quart of red wine, and 1 ounce each of cloves, mace, long, black and Jamaica pepper, and boil them all together till it is reduced to half the quantity. Pour it into a pan, and the next day bottle it for use and cork it tight. To make mushroom ketchup. Take a bushel of the large flaps of mushrooms gathered dry, and bruise them with your hands. Put some at the bottom of an earthen pan, strew some salt over them, then mushrooms, then salt, till you have done. Put in half an ounce of beaten cloves and mace, the same of allspice, and let them stand 5 or 6 days. Stir them up every day. Then tie a paper over them and bake them for 4 hours in a slow oven. When so done, strain them through a cloth to get all the liquor out, and let it stand to settle. Then pour it clear from the settlings. To every gallon of liquor add a quart of red wine, and if not salt enough, a little salt, a race of ginger cut small, half an ounce of cloves and mace, and boil it till about 1/3 is reduced. Then strain it through a sieve into a pan. The next day pour it from the settlings and bottle it for use, but mind to cork it tight. To make mushroom powder. Take the largest and thickest button mushrooms you can get, cut off the root end and peel them. Do not wash them, but wipe them clean with a cloth. Spread them on pewter dishes and put them in a slow oven to dry. Let the liquor dry up in the mushrooms, as it will make the powder much stronger. When they are dry enough to powder, beat them in a mortar, sift them through a sieve with a little cayenne pepper and pounded mace. Put the powder in small bottles, cork them tight, and keep it for use. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Distillation, Part 1. Distilling in general. The mystery which the generality of distillers have affected to throw over their art, in order to keep it from the public, has not a little contributed to induce many pretenders to attempt an explanation of its excellent qualities, which, like quackery in physic, not only defrauds us of our money, but what is more valuable, injures our health likewise. With a view of detecting such impositions, we give the following small treatise, in which we shall endeavour to be as clear and concise as possible. We shall begin first by explaining what is meant by distilling, how many sorts of distillings there are, what are the instruments fit for that business, what accidents it is liable to, and what must be done to prevent them. Then point out the remedies which may be applied to those accidents when they do happen, and at last enter into the detail of the different sorts of liquors, that of their composition and the various ways of preparing them, by a plain and methodical account of the principle of the art, in which we shall endeavour to omit nothing of what may serve to instruct completely either the lovers of distilling or the artists who profess it and make it their particular business. Distilling in general is the art of extracting spirits from bodies. To extract spirits is to produce, by means of heat, such an action as will secrete them from the bodies in which they are detained. If that heat is the proper and natural affection of the bodies, and produces the secretion of spirits without any foreign help, it is called fermentation. If it is produced exteriorly by means of the fire or other hot matters in which the still is placed, then it is called either digestion or distillation. Digestion, when the receipts are only prepared to the secretion of their spirits; distillation, when the action of heat has such power as really to secrete those spirits and make them to distill. It is that heat which, provoking a commotion and agitation among the insensible parts of any body whatsoever, detaches them, divides them, and procures a passage to the spirits which are concealed in it, from the faint or to aqueous qualities with which they were employed. Considered in that point of view, distilling may become worthy of engaging the attention of the learned, and be the object of their studies. Infinite are the parts which this art embraces. Everything which the earth produces, whether flowers, fruits, grains, spices, aromatical or vulnerary plants, and perfumed oils or essences. We shall not undertake to defend its utility nor its charms. It is from the course of this work we hope it may and will be deduced wherewith to make and justify its encomium. Of distilling in particular. After having defined distilling in general, we must say something more particular on that article. They reckon generally 3 different species of distilling. The first, called distilling per ascensum, that is to say by raising, is made by placing the still on the fire or other hot matters, such as gravel, horse dung, boiling water, etc., which promotes a rising of the spirits. This method is the most common and almost the only one distillers put in practice. The second, called per descensum, that is to say by depressing or defrauding, is procured by placing the fire on the top of the vessel employed in distilling, which precipitates the spirits. This method is used by the liquorous distillers but for the oils of cloves, nutmegs and mace. Some assert that the oil of juniper berries is very good drawn per ascensum. The third and last, called per latus, that is to say, sidely or by the side, is never practised but by chemists. Therefore we shall pass it over in silence. Definition of spirits. By spirits is meant the most subtle particles of any bodies whatsoever. All bodies, without exception, are impregnated with spirits in more or less quantities. These particles are an igneous substance, which by its very nature is susceptible of, and disposed to, a great commotion. That subtle portion of bodies is more or less disposed to secretion, according as the bodies in which it is contained are more or less persons or more or less oily. Definition of essences. By essences are meant in distillery, as well as chemistry, the oily parts of a body. That sort of oil called essence may be extracted from all sorts of bodies and constitutes one of the principles with which they are composed. At least it has been ascertained by those who have been particular in their observations, that nothing has been distilled from which oil or essence could not be extracted. In every sort of distillation made from fruits, flowers, sweet-smelling spices principally, and all other sorts of spices put in digestion, there has always been seen swimming over the phlegms or faints a soft and unctuous substance, and that substance is an oil. Now that oil is what is called essence when it is the object of our distillation. Definition of simple waters. By simple waters is meant what is distilled from flowers and other things without water, brandy, or spirit of wine. Such distillations are generally of a phlegmatic quality, though fragrant, always charged with the odour of the body from which it is extracted, and even of a more perfect fragrancy than the body itself. Definition of phlegms. Phlegms, which some call faints, are the aqueous particles which make part of the composition of bodies. Whether this principle be active or passive we leave to the chemists to discuss. However it may be, it is nevertheless very essential for all artists of that profession to be well acquainted with its nature, for many are mistaken in it. Some take as phlegm certain white and cloudy drops which come first when the receipts contained in the still begin to run. Notwithstanding, it is certain that these drops are often the most spirituous particles of the matters which distill, which they deprive themselves of very gradually. The whiteness of those cloudy drops is owing only to some moistness which remained in the top of the still, when if they had observed to wipe it off well, they should have seen that the first drop which runs would have been as transparent and brilliant as the last, and it is to their detriment that they throw off those first drops which are the most volatile and spirituous of their receipts. Here is an observation which deserves all their attention, and which we recommend earnestly to every distiller. In all the matters which have first been put in digestion, or what is the same meaning, set to infuse the day before, the spirits are the first which fly to the top of the still. When on the contrary in those receipts which have not been set to infuse, the phlegm raise first and the spirits afterwards, the reason is quite physical and so plain that it requires no farther elucidation to conceive it. We shall add another observation, which no doubt will please the curious, and even all those who have some notion of distillation. In all the mixed receipts, such as those in which you would put to distill flowers, fruits and spices together, without being previously prepared by means of the digestion, the action of the fire raises first the spirits of the flowers, in such a manner that, in spite of the mixture, these spirits have contracted nothing from the smell of the fruits nor of the spices. That secretion made, the spirits of the fruits rise next, without any mixture of the spices or of the flowers. In fine, the spirits of the spices come last, without the least impregnation of the odour of the flowers or the taste of the fruits. Every article keeps distinct by itself in that distillation, and those who doubt the veracity of this assertion are desired to try the experiment. Another interesting observation that has been made on spices is that whether they have been put in digestion or not, whether the phlegms or faints have rose before the spirits, or the spirits before the phlegms. The spirits you draw from those sorts of ingredients are hardly impregnated with the smell and taste of them, and it has always been found necessary to mix along with those spirits a certain portion of the phlegms, in more or less quantities, to give them the taste and perfume of the spices, because it is the phlegms, not the spirits, which contain more of that taste and flagrancy. This observation is absolutely necessary, and may perhaps prove satisfactory to a curious reader. Definition of digestion. As the word digestion has often been made use of in this essay, we shall explain what is meant by it, its utility, and even the necessity it is of in many circumstances. Matters are said to be in digestion when you have them to soak in a proper dissolvent over a very mild heat to soften them. This preparation is necessary for many sorts of ingredients in distillery. It procures the spirits a more facile issue from the matters where they are contained. The digestions which are made without any heat at all are those which are more generally used, and the least, because those which are made over the fire, or by means of hot matters such as dung, etc., in which the vessel is placed, always take away some of the goodness, quality, and merit of the goods, as they cannot but promote some of the spirits, and it is very easy to conceive that this must be so much of the quality. When you intend to draw essences, the ingredients must unavoidably be prepared by means of the digestion. In order to draw well the spirits and essences from spices, digestion is again there of an absolute necessity. In short, digestion enters necessarily in our principles, and is an indispensable one itself. Of fruits and their different species. Various are the fruits made use of in distilling, some with rinds, some with skins, some with kernels, some with stones, and others covered over with a shell. The fruits with rinds, such as the Portugal orange, as the French call it, or China, as we call it in England, the cedar, the citron, the bigarade or Seville orange, the lemon, and the bergamot, are excellent for the liqueurs of taste, when you make use of the zests of those, different with the oil of essence. The quintessence of those sorts of fruits cannot be drawn here as in the countries that produce them, because, besides that they lose so much of their primitive flavour by importation, the price they fetch in this country renders it an impossible thing for the distiller to think of drawing that quintessence from them with any profit or advantage to himself. We shall speak of the manner of choosing those fruits when we come to speak of them singly. The bergamot, a kind of citron, is more commonly made use of for odoriferous waters than for palatable liquors. Among the fruits with kernels, there are few which the distillers make use of except the Reinette apple, the Rouslet pear, and the quince. We make what is called ratafia or cordial water with those three sorts of fruit, but the Rouslet pear is more ordinarily preserved in brandy. As quince is fit for a spirituous fermentation, you may distill the spirits on liquor which, by so fermenting, comes from it, and the spirit of that water, or rather virus liquor, is successfully employed in a liquor which in preserving all the delicacy of taste of that fruit acquires its well-known beneficent qualities for the stomach. Cordials are made also with stone fruits, such as cherries, plums, apricots and peaches. These four species of fruits may be preserved in brandy. There are again other sorts of fruits which distillers employ for ratafia and syrups. Such are raspberries and strawberries, which enter in the composition of several sorts of cordials in order to give them a nicer and more exquisite taste. Mulberries and raspberries, as well as morello cherries, are again often made use of to give a colour to certain cordials. There is a syrup made with mulberries and currants which is very agreeable to the taste, and which is very much in use for sick people. Shell fruits are likewise of great use in distillation. Ratafia may be made with walnuts, and that fruit may also be preserved in brandy when young and tender. Almonds are made use of for the eau de noyeau, and from that fruit we draw, as well as from nuts, oils for perfumed essences. We have spoken here but of those fruits which are generally made use of by distillers. There are many others which might be employed with as much success. It is enough to have pointed here the use which is made of them. It behoves the lovers of the art to improve the ancient discoveries. The receipts change as the taste changes, but the method and proceedings we recommend here will always serve and be useful to direct the operations. Of the aromatical and vulnerary plants. Those plants are called aromatical, whose stalks and flowers have a strong and penetrating odour, though altogether agreeable. Such plants preserve that odour a long while after they are gathered, even after they are dried up. Those are called vulnerary, which have an aromatical taste, and which are unctuous and balsamic. The aromatical and vulnerary plants are in great numbers, but we shall not enter into their detail. We shall content ourselves with only pointing out those which the distillers make the greatest consumption of, such as melissa, rosemary, lavender, aspic, marjoram, sage, etc. From the aromatical plants we draw odoriferous waters, which are exquisite to strengthen the heart and the brain, and which are constantly used in swoons. We may likewise draw quintessences from them which stand in the stead of the plants themselves in the seasons in which the plants exist no more. Aromatical plants are distilled in two different manners, either with water to make simple waters, or with spirit of wine to make odoriferous waters. Both of them contribute to health in contributing to the cleanness of the body. The best vulnerary plants are those which come from Switzerland. They generally send in those sorts of plants dry leaves and flowers all together. They preserve enough of their good quality to be employed here. The vulnerary plants which are used in the composition of the aquabusade water all grow in France. They are employed in their strength when they are quite green. It is principally in the time that they are in blossom they are to be employed. They may be distilled with plain water, but those distilled with spirit of wine have a great deal more virtue. Both the leaves and flowers of aromatical plants used in the composition of the pot pourri, they are likewise employed in the making of sweet swelling satchels or bags. The general rule is to employ them in their full vigour, and to gather them before the too great heat of the day has deprived them of their fragrancy. Of the various spices and seeds used in distillation. The spices mostly made use of in distillation are cloves, cinnamon, nutmegs and mace. From these spices you may draw, by means of distillation, what is called spirits, and by infusion you may make tinctures and oils of essence. These spices are also used in the composition of several odoriferous waters, but especially in most of the cordials of which they are material ingredients. The seeds most known in distillation are fennel, angelica, aniseed, coriander, juniper, parsley, caraway, carrot, and many others. From these various sorts of seeds you draw spirits with brandy for palatable liquors. You may likewise draw oils of essence or make infusions for ratafias. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Distillation, Part 2. To make lily water liquor. Choose fine lilies, thick and well blown, not at all faded, nor begun to decay, and gather them immediately after the rising of the sun. Cut nothing but the stalk of the flower, because it would give to the distillation a taste of green. Leave the flower whole, and put it in the cucurbite with common water and brandy, in the proportion hereafter mentioned, and distill it upon a naked fire a little quick. When your spirits are drawn, melt some sugar in water, and then mix your spirits with it. Pass the whole through a bag, and when fined down, your liquor will be fit for use. To make common lily water liquor. Take 3 quarts of brandy, half a pound of lily flowers, 3 quarts of water, and a pound of sugar for the syrup. The whole must make up 5 quarts of liquor in all when finished. To make the double liquor. Take half a pound of flowers, 3 quarts of brandy, 3 pounds of sugar, and 2 quarts of common water, which will produce 4 quarts of liquor when done. To make 1 gallon of spearmint water. Take the leaves of dried spearmint, 1 pound and a half, and 2 gallons and a half of water, and draw off by a gentle fire 1 gallon. This water will be more fragrant if distilled in Balneum Marie or the cold still, but if the latter be used, the same caution must be observed of distilling the plant green. To make a gallon of Jamaica pepper water. Take half a pound of Jamaica pepper and 2 gallons and a half of water, and draw off 1 gallon with a pretty brisk fire. The oil of this fruit is very ponderous, and therefore this water is best made in an alembic. To make a gallon of the water of dill seed. Take 1 pound of dill seed and 3 gallons of water. Distill off by the alembic 1 gallon with a pretty brisk fire. To make 10 gallons of single Angelica water. Take the roots and seeds of Angelica cut and bruised, of each 1 pound and a half, 11 gallons of proof spirit and 2 gallons of water. Draw off 10 gallons or till the faints begin to rise with a gentle fire, and sweeten it, if required, with lump sugar. It is a good carminative, and therefore good against all kinds of flatulent colics and gripings of the bowels. To make 10 gallons of compound Angelica water. Take the roots and seeds of Angelica and sweet fennel seeds, of each 1 pound and a half, the dried leaves of balm and sage, of each 1 pound. Slice the roots and bruise the seeds and herbs, and add to them of cinnamon 1 ounce, of cloves, cubebs, galangals and mace, of each 3/4 of an ounce. Of nutmegs, the lesser cardamom seed, pimento and saffron, each half an ounce. Infuse all these in 12 gallons of clean proof spirit, and draw off 10 gallons with a pretty brisk fire. It may be sweetened or not at pleasure. This water is a powerful carminative, and good in all flatulent colics and other griping pains in the bowels. It is also good in nauseas and other disorders of the stomach. To make 10 gallons of Dr. Stevenson's water. Take of cinnamon, ginger, galangal, cloves, nutmegs, grains of paradise, the seeds of anise, sweet fennel and caraway, each 1 ounce. The leaves of thyme, mother of thyme, mint, sage, pennyroyal, rosemary, flowers of red roses, chamomile, origanum and lavender, of each 8 handfuls. Of clean proof spirit 12 gallons. And water 2 gallons. Digest all 24 hours and then draw off 10 gallons or till the faints begin to rise. Sweeten with fine sugar to your palate. It is a noble cephalic cordial and carminative, and also, in some degrees, an hysteric. Good in all colic pains in the stomach and bowels and diseases of the nerves. To make 15 gallons of clove water. Take 4 pounds of cloves bruised, half a pound of pimento or allspice, and 16 gallons of clean proof spirits. Let it digest 12 hours in a gentle heat, and then draw of 15 gallons with a pretty brisk fire. Another way to make 15 gallons of clove water. Take 4 pounds of winter's bark, 6 ounces of pimento, 1 pound and a quarter of cloves, and 16 gallons of clean proof spirits. Digest and draw off as before. You may sweeten it to your palate by dissolving in it double refined sugar. To make 10 gallons of anti-scorbutic water. Take of the leaves of watercresses, garden and sea scurvy grass and brook lime, of each 20 handfuls. Of pine tops, germander, horehound and the lesser centauri, each 16 handfuls. Of the roots of bryony and sharp-pointed dock, each 6 pounds. Of mustard seed 1 pound and a half. Digest the whole in 10 gallons of proof spirit and 2 gallons of water, and draw off by a gentle fire. It is good against scorbutic disorders, as also in tremblings and disorders of the nerves. To make 10 gallons of imperial water. Take the dried peels of citrons and oranges, nutmegs, cloves and cinnamon, of each 1 pound. The roots of cypress, Florentine orris, Calamus aromaticus, of each 8 ounces. Zadori, galangal and ginger, of each 4 ounces. The tops of lavender and rosemary, of each 16 handfuls. The leaves of marjoram, mint and thyme, of each 8 handfuls. The leaves of white and damask roses, of each 12 handfuls. Digest the whole 2 days in 10 gallons of proof spirit and 4 gallons of damask rosewater, after which draw off 10 gallons. It is a very good cephalic, and of great use in all nervous cases. It is also a very pleasant dram, especially if sweetened with fine sugar, and good upon any sudden sickness of the stomach. To make 10 gallons of compound bryony water. Take the roots of bryony 4 pounds, wild valerian root 1 pound, pennyroyal and rue of each 2 pounds, the flowers of feverfew and tops of savin of each 4 ounces, the rind of fresh orange peel and lovage seeds of each ½ pound. Cut or bruise these ingredients and infuse them in 11 gallons of proof spirit and 2 gallons of water, and draw off 10 gallons with a gentle heat. Another way to make 10 gallons of compound bryony water. Take of fresh bryony root 4 pounds, the leaves of rue and mugwort of each 4 pounds, the tops of savin 6 handfuls, feverfew, catmint and pennyroyal of each 4 handfuls, orange peel 8 ounces, myrrh 4 ounces, Russia castor 2 ounces, proof spirit 11 gallons, water 2 gallons. Digest and distill as before. It is very forcing upon the uterus, and therefore given to promote delivery and forward the proper cleansings afterwards, as also to open menstrual obstructions and in abundance of other female complaints. It is also good against convulsions in children and of service in all nervous complaints in either sex. To make 10 gallons of spiritus pennyroyal water. Take 15 pounds of the dried leaves of pennyroyal, 10 gallons of proof spirits and 2 gallons of water. Draw off 10 gallons with a gentle fire. It is a good carminative, of use in colics and gripings of the bowels, also in pleurisy and the jaundice. It is of known efficacy in promoting the menses and other disorders of the female sex. To make 10 gallons of carminative water. Take of fresh chamomile flowers 4 pounds, dill seed 2 pounds and a half, leaves of balm, origany and thyme of each 1 pound, seeds of anise and fennel of each 6 ounces, cumin seed 4 ounces, the peels of oranges and citrons 8 ounces, juniper and bayberries of each 6 ounces, cinnamon 8 ounces, mace 4 ounces. Bruise and digest these ingredients in 11 gallons of proof spirit and 2 gallons of water. Then draw off 10 gallons and sweeten it with fine sugar. It is good in the colic and gripings of the bowels, and to remove sickness and nauseas from the stomach. To make a gallon of cedrat water. Take the yellow rinds of 5 cedrats, a gallon of fine proof spirit and 2 quarts of water. Digest the whole 24 hours in a vessel close stopped, after which draw off 1 gallon in Balneum-Marie and sweeten with fine loaf sugar. To make a gallon of bergamot water. Take the outer rind of 3 bergamots, a gallon of proof spirit and 2 quarts of water. Draw off 1 gallon in Balneum-Marie and sweeten it with sugar. To make a gallon of jessamine water. Take of Spanish jessamine flowers 12 ounces, essence of Florentine citron or bergamot 8 drops, fine proof spirit a gallon, water 2 quarts. Digest 2 days in a close vessel, after which draw off 1 gallon and sweeten with fine loaf sugar. To make a gallon of the cordial water of Montpellier. Take the yellow rinds of 2 bergamots, or 50 drops of the essence of that fruit, cloves and mace, of each half an ounce, a gallon of proof spirit and a quart of water. Digest 2 days in a close vessel. Draw off a gallon and sweeten with fine sugar. To make a gallon of Father Andrew's water. Take of white lily flowers 8 handfuls, orange flowers 4 ounces, rose water a quart, proof spirit a gallon, water a quart. Draw off a gallon in Balneum-Marie and sweeten with fine sugar. To make a gallon of the water of Father Barnabas. Take the roots of angelica 4 ounces, of cinnamon and orris root each half an ounce. Bruise these ingredients in a mortar. Put them into an alembic with a gallon of proof spirit and 2 quarts of water. Draw off a gallon with a pretty brisk fire. To make a gallon of the water of the 4 fruits. Take of the essence of cedrat 50 drops, of the essence of bergamot 36 drops, of the essence of citron 60 drops, and of the essence of Portugal orange 64 drops. Fine proof spirit 1 gallon, water 2 quarts. Draw off with a pretty brisk fire till the faints begin to rise, and sweeten with fine sugar. To make a gallon of the water of the 4 spices. Take of cinnamon 2 ounces, nutmegs and cloves of each 3 drams, and mace 6 drams. Bruise the spices in a mortar and add a gallon of proof spirit and 2 quarts of water. Digest 24 hours in a close vessel and distill with a brisk fire till the faints begin to rise, and sweeten with fine sugar. It is an excellent stomachic, good in all depressions of the spirits and paralytic disorders. To make 10 gallons of the water of the 4 seeds. Take of sweet fennel seed 7 ounces, coriander seed 9 ounces, the seeds of angelica and anise of each 3 ounces. Bruise all these in a mortar and put them into the still with 10 gallons and a half of proof spirits and 2 gallons of water. Draw off with a gentle fire till the faints begin to rise, and sweeten with fine sugar. It is good in colics, nauseas of the stomach, and gripings of the bowels. To make a gallon of divine water. Take of orange flowers fresh gathered 2 pounds, coriander seed 3 ounces, nutmegs half an ounce. Bruise the nutmegs and coriander seed and put them together with the orange flowers into an alembic, with a gallon of proof spirit and 2 quarts of water. Draw off the liquor with a gentle fire till the faints begin to rise, and sweeten with fine sugar. To make a gallon of rectified Barbados water. Take the outer rind of 8 large Florentine citrons, half an ounce of cinnamon bruised, and a gallon of rectified spirit. Distill to a dryness in Blanc-Mange. Then dissolve 2 pounds of sugar in a quart of water, and mix it with the distilled liquor, and run it through the filtering bag, which will render it bright and fine. To make a gallon of amber-coloured Barbados water. Take the yellow rind of 6 bergamots, half an ounce of cinnamon, and 2 drachms of cloves. Bruise the spices and digest the whole 6 days in a gallon of rectified spirit, and then add a drachm of saffron and let the whole stand 6 days longer in digestion. Dissolve 2 pounds of fine sugar in a quart of water. Add to it the tincture and run it through the filtrating bag. To make a gallon of Roman water. Take the outer or yellow peels of 6 citrons, 2 drachms of mace bruised, a gallon of proof spirit and 2 quarts of water. Draw off with a gentle fire till the faints begin to rise, and sweeten with fine sugar. To make a gallon of l'eau sans peril. Take the outer peels of 12 citrons, 3 quarts of fine proof spirit, and a quart of water. Put all into a glass alembic, and distill to a dryness in Blanc-Mange. Filter the water, and put it into bottles well stopped. Another way to make a gallon of l'eau sans peril. Take the essence of cedrat, bergamot, orange and lemon, of each 2 drachms, a gallon of rectified spirit and 2 quarts of water. Put all into a glass alembic, and distill in Blanc-Mange till the faints begin to rise, when the receiver must be immediately removed. To make a gallon of Vestal water. Take the seeds of Dorcas creticus or candy carrots, 2 ounces, a gallon of spirit of wine and 2 quarts of water. Distill in Blanc-Mange until the faints begin to rise. Then add to the spirit drawn over 1 ounce of the essence of lemons and 4 drops of the essence of ambergris. Redistill in Blanc-Mange and keep the water in bottles well stopped for use. To make a gallon of Cyprus wine. Take the essence of ambergris, half an ounce, put it into a glass alembic with a gallon of spirit of wine and 2 quarts of water. Place the alembic in Blanc-Mange and draw off till the faints begin to rise. To make a gallon of Anhalt water. Take of the best turpentine 1.5 pounds, olibanum 3 ounces, aloes wood powdered 1 ounce, grains of mastic, cloves, gillyflowers or rosemary flowers, nutmegs and cinnamon, of each 2 ounces and a half, saffron 1 ounce. Powder the whole and digest them 6 days in 11 gallons of spirit of wine, adding 2 scruples of musk tied up in a rag, and draw off in Blanc-Mange till it begins to run foul. It is a high aromatic cordial, invigorates the intestines and thereby promotes digestion and dispels flatulencies. It is a sovereign remedy for catarrhs and pains arising from colds, as also in palsies, epilepsies, apoplexies and lethargies, the parts affected being well rubbed with it. To make 10 gallons of gout water. Take the flowers of chamomile, leaves of pennyroyal, lavender, marjoram, rosemary, sage and ground pine, of each 8 ounces, myrrh 4 ounces, cloves and cinnamon, of each 1 ounce, roots of peony 2 ounces, Pellitory of Spain and Cyprus orris, of each 1 ounce. The lesser cardamoms and cubebs, of each half an ounce. Nutmegs 2 ounces. Cut and bruise these ingredients and digest them 4 days in 11 gallons of proof spirit and 2 gallons of water. Then draw off 10 gallons and sweeten with fine sugar. It is good in all nervous cases, palsies, epilepsies, and loss of memory. To make a gallon of bouquet water. Take the flowers of white lilies and Spanish jessamine, of each half a pound. Orange, jonquil and pink flowers, of each 4 ounces. Damask roses, 1 pound. Let them all be fresh gathered and immediately put into a glass alembic, with a gallon of clean proof spirit and 2 quarts of water. Place the alembic in Balneum Marie and draw off till the faints begin to rise. End of section 31. End of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse.